Good morning and welcome to the second meeting of the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education. Ms. Rowe, will you please call the roll?
Senator Buck.
Here.
Senator Dondero Loop.
Here.
Senator Lang.
Here.
Assemblywoman Anderson.
Present.
Assemblyman De Silva. Assemblywoman Hanson.
Here.
Assemblywoman Hardy. Chair Bilbray Axelrod.
Thank you. And we do have a quorum. And if the secretary would mark the two members present when they arrive, they will be a little late and let me know that. Before we begin, I'd just like to cover some housekeeping reminders for members who are here to provide and people who are here to provide testimony. Please set your electronic devices to silent. I have to do that myself. When speaking, identify yourself for the record each time you speak. When testifying, turn on the microphone on and off each time you finish speaking. Sign in at the table near the entrance of each location. Even if you don't plan to testify, we'd like a record of who is here. Meeting materials received prior to the meeting have been uploaded to the committee's webpage. And a quick reminder, there is one thing that we could not upload because of copyright infringement. So I just found out today that we cannot upload stuff that is created on Canva. So I know that's a new popular way that people are creating things, but so just know that if you create it through Canva, we cannot upload it because of copyright. You can receive electronic notification of committee's agendas, minutes, and final reports by signing up the Nevada Legislature's website. Mute your microphone when not speaking to minimize background noise. And finally, please note that during the committee meeting, the Zoom chat feature is only used for technical assistance from broadcast and production services. We will take a 30-minute break sometime around noon for lunch. So our second agenda item, we'll get started with public comment. Public comment may be provided in several ways, including in person, via phone, email, mail, or fax. Detailed instructions to providing public comment are listed on the meeting's agenda. I will limit public comment to 2 minutes. In addition to the opportunity of making public comment, we'll also have one at the end. So if you don't make it this time, we can do it at the end. LCB broadcast and production service staffs will interact with those making remote public comment and providing testimony to facilitate participation in the meeting. I will begin with those wishing to make public comment here in Las Vegas. Is there anyone here? And I don't see anyone coming up to the chairs. Oh, here we come. All right. Anyone else wishing to make public comment, please go and fill up those chairs. And begin when you're ready. And make sure to introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Lillian Aguirre, social worker, professional, mother, and concerned Nevada citizen regarding education, specifically for special needs of those with behavioral and intellectual disabilities. I am an advocate, leader, and founder of Blessed Day Academy. I am here today to introduce the first early intervention daycare and private school for special needs in Las Vegas, Nevada. Starting at 8 weeks, we focus on early intervention and readiness programs for pre-kindergarten to 12th grade. We focus on the person-centered approach with the collaboration of teachers, caregivers, and clinical team. The core values that drive curriculum are for the wellness of all students by enhancing their spiritual, intellectual, physical, and social needs. In addition, clinical services such as physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech and applied behavior analysis, and cognitive behavioral therapy are provided to students. We are the first daycare and private school to bring wraparound services to students and those families. Blessed Day Academy was founded on Nevada's crisis for support and resources for children with special needs and disabilities in education. Throughout the valley, there's an urgent requirement for comprehensive clinical services, resources, education, research, and advocacy. It is estimated as many as 8,500 school-age children in Nevada have been diagnosed with autism and continues to increase. Clark County is already dealing with a shortage of teachers. Class sizes are increasing in all classrooms, including special needs. At the same time, some schools in the Clark County School District are cutting back on the number of aides in those special needs classes. This increase can be attributed to various factors, including improvement in diagnostic screening, education access, and wraparound services for families. Currently, families are having to pay out of pocket for clinical services in which there's not enough providers.
If you could wrap it up,
Yes.
and then and please make sure you submit those comments, and we will.
Okay. The current providers have over a year's waiting list, and we want, I am to provide a strong foundation. Blessed Day Academy has life readiness programs to set students up for success. Blessed Day Academy seeks to continue to support students, families, and the committee in creating effective change in education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony. Doesn't look like we have anyone else in Las Vegas. Carson City, is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment? I don't see anyone in the chairs. VPS, is there anyone on the phone line?
Chair, the public line is open and working, but there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will move to agenda item 3, approval of the minutes for the meeting on February 5th, 2014. Do we have a motion for approval of the minutes? We have a motion from Senator Lang.
Second.
Second from Senator Dondero Loop. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Minutes are approved. Now we will go to agenda item 4, updates, trends, and methods addressing chronic absenteeism. We'll now hear from several stakeholders on updates, trends, and methods for chronic absenteeism. We'll take time for Q&A after all presenters have presented. And I think, do we have people here and in? Okay. First, we have Autumn Rivera, Policy Specialist, Education Program, National Conference of State Legislatures, and she is joining us via Zoom. Please go ahead when ready.
Hi, everybody. Let me just share my screen. Can you guys see my presentation all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Then I will go ahead and get started. So good morning. Like I said, I'm Autumn Rivera. I'm a policy specialist in NCSL's education program. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about state attendance trends, including chronic absenteeism as well as truancy. I'm just going to quickly go over the presentation overview because I'm going to get through this quick and I want to make sure you guys are with me here. So we're going to look at attendance overview, absenteeism trends, truancy patterns, the impact of attendance on academic performance, strategies and interventions, and case studies. I'll also give you my contact information so you guys can also come with me at follow-up questions at that point. So today our focus will be on 2 critical aspects of attendance, absenteeism and truancy. Both these terms represent challenges and implications. My goal is to provide you with the oversight into statewide attendance trends by examining general patterns, absenteeism, and truancy rates. I aim to foster a comprehensive understanding today of the current landscape and potential areas for improvement. So before we dive too deep, I want to make sure we clarify the 2 distinctions between truancy and chronic absence using definitions from Attendance Works. Attendance Works is a national initiative advocating for attendance awareness. So according to Attendance Works, truancy focuses exclusively on unexcused absences, emphasizing adherence to school rules and relying on legal and administrative solutions. While on the other hand, chronic absence encompasses all absences, prioritizes the academic impact of missed days, and typically employs community-based and positive strategies. So Attendance Works research, they say that a student should not miss more than 9 days a year to stay engaged, successful, and on track for graduation. So by 6th grade, absenteeism is one of the signs that a student may drop out of high school. And by 9th grade, it's a really strong predictor on whether or not they will graduate. Missing 10% of the year, or about 18 school days, can drastically affect a student's academic success. And students can really be chronically absent by only missing a couple of days every few weeks. I'm also not going to look too deeply into enrollment, but I do think it's important to touch on. So we've kind of noticed a trend in public school enrollment. So my colleague, Dan Thatcher, he's compiled a dashboard using data spanning from the school years 2000, 2001 and 2021 to 22. And what I want to highlight is the 2.16 decrease in enrollment observed between the 2021 and 2022 school year and the 2018-2019 school year. So this kind of small shift prompts us to consider what that might be worth looking into when we're considering attendance numbers. So absenteeism in an educational context refers to the habitual or chronic absence of students from school. The measurement is typically based on the percentage of days missed out of the total school days in a specified period. What we're seeing really in the most recent data from states is there has been some progress made in the recent school year, but not quite enough to go back to that pre-pandemic level. I'll also note that since attendance rates are usually released at the end of the school year, the lack of that real-time data may be hindering some of that post-pandemic progress because it takes us a bit to be able to work with it. What I've also linked here is Rhode Island is currently one of the states that we know has a tracker that can kind of spot the number of students in each school who are on track to miss more than 10% of the school year. So it's kind of the best real live data we're able to look at. I want to go ahead and look at some potential factors influencing absenteeism in schools. I want to note that they are multifaceted and they can stem from a variety of sources. And it's important to recognize that absenteeism is complex and it includes the individual, the family, and school-related factors. So here are a couple of key factors. Health-related issues. It can be a student missing days due to their own physical health or can be related to a student's mental health, which also may impact a student's ability to attend school regularly. We see instances of school safety concerns, so bullying or harassment at school can contribute to absenteeism as students may avoid attending to, avoid those negative experiences. We see a positive, engaging school culture may foster attendance and a negative one may discourage regular attendance. We see that students that are bored or have a lack of interest in the curriculum can contribute to absenteeism as they may not see the relevance in attending class. We've had a lot of conversations around transportation recently, including whether or not they have reliable access to it, especially in those rural or underserved areas, which may affect them from being able to attend regularly. A lack of parental involvement or support in a child's education may contribute to that absenteeism. So we see that parents that are engaged and supportive generally encourage regular attendance. And then school policies have also come to play. They may attack because it may be, if it's a punitive measures, may discourage regular attendance, while supportive policies may foster a more positive environment and may have students want to attend. What we've really seen is from the research is that schools, families, and communities working collaboratively can play a significant role in tackling that absenteeism and supporting students in their educational journey. So we'll look at the same when it comes to truancy. So while absenteeism, like I said, encompasses all types of absence, truancy specifically refers to unexcused and intentional absences. It's essential to differentiate these categories when we kind of look at those attendance patterns and think about what we may look at to solve them. Truancy can have detrimental effects on academic performance, social development, and long-term educational outcomes. Truant students are more likely to experience academic struggles, lower grades, and are at a much higher risk of dropping out. What you'll see here is that some of these factors are similar as we saw with the absenteeism. So it's that disengagement with school, lack of interest in academic activities, boredom, disconnection, prompting kids to skip classes. Same thing with academic challenges. If they're struggling with coursework and they're not getting the support they need, they may have contribute to truancy because they may avoid situations where they feel academically inadequate. We've also seen that peer pressure, the desire to fit in, or those influence of friends can involved in truancy can lead students so that they can socialize or conform to those group norms. Same thing, those bullying and safety concerns are still a concern. Family issues, same thing. Students may be dealing with personal issues at home that impact their ability to attend school regularly. Mental health plays a big part, such as anxiety, the depression, or emotional issues can lead to truancy, as students may struggle to cope with their emotions and find it difficult to engage in the school setting. In some cases, substance abuse we've seen may contribute to truancy. Students dealing with addiction may prioritize substance over attending school. And then a negative, unsupportive school climate can contribute to truancy. Again, students that feel more safe or more regular to attend and feel more connected to the school community. We've also seen economic challenges within a family, such as needing the child to work to contribute to the household income. This can lead to truancy as students may prioritize employment over school attendance. So what we do know is it's not just about grades, right? Those long-term effects of consistent attendance extend to overall educational success, including higher graduation rates and a better life outcome. Understanding that link is important to shaping our interventions. So a couple of examples of what poor attendance can be linked to. Students that are missing out are obviously going to miss out on that consistent instruction that's vital for developing fundamental skills. It's especially got an impact on those early grades. Absenteeism leaves children falling behind in crucial reading skills, creating a potential snowball effect on the future of learning. Children with learning and thinking differences face heightened vulnerability as absenteeism limits opportunities for necessary interventions. Research indicates that students not reading at grade level by the end of just third grade are 4 times more likely to drop out of high school, again, impacting that long-term success. Beyond academics, the consequences into adulthood, where individuals without a high school diploma often face lower incomes and higher unemployment rates, putting them at a greater risk for poverty throughout their life. Poor attendance also hampers social and emotional development. Chronically absent students may miss out on those key readiness skills and fall behind in social emotional milestones. Excessive absences are also associated with lower scores on standardized tests, which typically assess primary skills and concepts, impacting overall academic performance. While students, we do recognize bear the highest cost of extensive absenteeism, it's important to recognize that high absence rates also burden the teachers. Making up for that lost instruction adds to not only their workload, but also takes away from valuable classroom time for all students. I want to give a quick note to ESSA. So we note that ESSA gives states the responsibility of choosing at least one indicator to measure school quality or student success. So 36 states and the District of Columbia submitted ESSA plans to the U.S. Department of Ed and included chronic absence or similar attendance as an accountability metric. Nevada themselves, you guys submitted its ESSA plans to include chronic absence as absent 10% or more of the school year. So I think what we're seeing states consider in this space is that if attendance is a problem and it's a known problem, is it a good strategy to keep that as part of your accountability system so that you can continue to focus on it and shine a light? Or does it unfairly penalize schools that may not understand what's going on? For example, we're seeing attendance rates drop in elementary school and we may not understand why kindergartners are missing school. So it's a bit of an anomaly and I find it important to mention. So what are we doing? What are states looking at? So potential strategies and intervention can include things like engaging high school students through career pathways, CTE and college level credits. So these helps them make their education more relevant to their future aspirations. You can also see crafting schedules that accommodate work schedules, providing flexibility for high school students to balance academic work as well as work commitments effectively. We've seen implementing project-based learning approaches to foster hands-on experiences, collaboration and a deeper understanding of academic concepts, and making coursework curriculum more relevant to students by aligning in their future goals and aspirations. So acknowledging that strategies and intervention for kindergarten and first grade are still under consideration, it's really important that we understand those specific challenges before we're able to determine effective interventions. Another potential strategy is gathering data-driven decision-making. So emphasizing the importance of these actionable data to understand attendance patterns, identify trends, and inform decision-making for targeted interventions. We've also seen implementing a whole child or a whole student education approach that addresses not only academic needs, but also considers students' social, emotional, and physical well-being as well. Implementing a multi-tiered system of supports to provide varying levels of intervention based on the severity of students' absenteeism. This includes a tailored approach to addressing attendance challenges. Collaborating with community partners to provide positive youth development programs and workforce readiness initiatives. Those include after-school programs, summer learning initiatives, those kinds of things. These partnerships enhance students' overall skills and engagement. Using fair attendance practices that consider the diverse needs and circumstances of students, and exploring those alternatives to legal action. So focusing on supportive measures and intervention to reduce student absenteeism. This can include counseling, mentoring, or family engagement initiative. I want to point out that there are groups that are trying to understand absenteeism rates, and I want to share one of those with you. That includes Impact Tulsa. It's a collective impact organization that's using data to highlight disparities and create targeted strategies to support students. So they have a data attendance dashboard. As they see, it's one of the key indicators to measure and assess the events that impacts a child's likelihood to survive. So at the end of 2022, they launched a collaborative working effort to try to understand beginning to address the barriers that impact those early kids, so pre-K through third grade. So we're hoping to have some data from them. So I want to quickly go over some legislative options to combat chronic absenteeism and truancy. I won't go over all of them, but you'll have these in the slides. So For example, you can establish attendance policies like Illinois did. I also see that Nevada did that in 2021. That includes establishing a definition, a description of diagnostic procedures and supportive services. New Mexico enacted legislation that requires public schools to provide quote, progressive interventions for, quote, absent, chronically absent, and excessively absent students. States have also looked at how they can collaborate with community partners and families. So in Vermont, they enacted legislation in 2021 that relates to equitable access to high quality education through community schools. Another strategy can be through data collection and reporting. In Maine, they require school administrative units that exceed a specific chronic absenteeism rate to establish an attendance review team to kind of explain what's going on in their state in those schools and districts. States have also looked at teachers. So Illinois required professional development under school districts to include content on, quote, appropriate and available supportive services for the promotion of student attendance and engagement. States have also looked at offering financial supports for students. So in Colorado, school districts have required to provide a plan, including support services for pre-K through 12 students who are at risk of dropping out of school, and districts can apply for those grants to provide support services. In Minnesota, they currently have pending legislation that proposes the establishment of legislative study group on student attendance and truancy to kind of look at what they're seeing in their states. And then some strategies for truancy. In Ohio, they enacted legislation that encourages and supports a preventative approach to excessive absence and truancy. Iowa is currently considering legislation that proposes the establishment of the truancy evaluation and pilot reduction program. In Rhode Island, they've also looked at data collection and reporting. Like I said, Rhode Island has that dashboard. It also includes consulting with a parent or guardian and coordinating with the student's identified support team before issuing a family court referral. And intervention has really been an integral part of truancy and absence legislation. And in 2021, Tennessee enacted legislation that amends the definition of, quote, progressive truancy intervention plan, adopted by their Board of Education to include 3 tiers of intervention. So like I said, I went through it really quick. I've got some more resources here for NCSL for you guys to look into. And then here is my contact information so that you guys can reach out with me with things. And with that, that's the end of my slides.
Thank you very much. And if you would just stand by for a little bit, we're going to go through the other presentations and then we will ask questions. So next we have Dr. Christopher Kearney, Director of the Child School Refusal and Anxiety Disorder Clinic, UNLV, here in Las Vegas. So come on up. Thank you for being here and begin when you're ready. Microphone.
Sorry. Good morning, everybody. My name is Christopher Kearney. I'm a professor of psychology at UNLV. I'm actually a clinical child psychologist, so my background is in mental health, and we've looked at absenteeism issues for the last several decades, initially from more of a mental health perspective and through the clinic that we have on campus that services students and families who have children who have difficulty going to school. But of course, this is a much more broad-based kind of issue. And so in more recent years, we've tried to expand our research focus to be a little bit more school-based and to focus on service delivery systems in that system so that we can reach a larger amount of children. So what I want to do today is just sort of give you a little bit of an elevator talk on chronic absenteeism and some of the risk factors and some of the interventions that are out there and what we're piloting moving forward. So a lot of the information that I'm going to be presenting actually sort of intersects with some of the other presenters. Chronic absenteeism, of course, refers to missing at least 10% of school days. That's actually a problematic metric in some respects because it sort of implies that kids that are missing less than 10% of school aren't necessarily having problems, but they are. So even if a child's missing 5% of school days, 7% of school days, there's still a high risk of being socially and academically disconnected from school in addition to a variety of other kinds of things. So it's important to sort of point that out. The level of chronic absenteeism nationally has doubled from the pre-pandemic to the post-pandemic era, and that's true in Clark County as well. The groups that this has affected the most tend to be more minoritized, marginalized, vulnerable students, In addition to students with disabilities and health problems, we sometimes forget about that population, but it's a very high risk group for absenteeism and eventual school dropout. If you look at sort of long-term predictors of school dropout, a lot of times this begins with a disengagement process in middle school. We sometimes call it the ABC model, which is in middle school you tend to see attendance problems, behavioral issues, and problems with course grades. And students that have those issues in middle school tend to be at much higher risk for dropping out in high school. In the slides that I presented, there's a variety of risk factors. I'm not going to go through each of these, but I do want to sort of highlight some different ones that sort of amplify risk for student absenteeism. The reason I list so many of these is because I do want to illustrate that this is a very complex problem, what researchers call a wicked problem, which means that it has various ecological levels that impact absenteeism. We tend to focus a lot on student and family variables, and those are legitimate variables, but there are a lot of more broad-based factors related to school and the community as well that impact absenteeism. So some primary contextual factors or risk factors at the child level. A big one, of course, is mental health, and that's one that's more near and dear to my heart. We've had very substantial increases in anxiety, depression, suicidality, substance use, ADHD since the pandemic, and that has gone hand in hand with a substantial increase in the absenteeism rate. Absenteeism really is an early warning signal for a variety of problems in areas of functioning in children and adolescents, academic functioning, mental health functioning, physical health, social emotional health. It's a great way to sort of track early problems because it's a great benchmark that schools have at their disposal as sort of this early warning signal. At the parent level, low parent involvement, but parents' own mental health issues often intersect with school absenteeism. At the family level, any kind of transitions during the school year, especially if a family moves residences during the course of the academic year, that's a very high risk factor. Residential mobility, and especially a delay in new bus and school assignments, is a high risk factor for absenteeism during the course of the school year. And as the previous presenter mentioned, transportation vulnerability is a key aspect as well. At the peer level, victimization at school, so bullying, for example, but also less friendships, less social support. A lot of kids go to school to see their friends at school. If they're not there or they feel alienated at school, they tend to be at higher risk for absenteeism. At the school level, a dangerous school climate is a very high risk factor, but another one that I really want to point out is the fact that schools that don't actively or proactively monitor their attendance data actually paradoxically have higher rates of absenteeism. What a lot of schools tend to do is they wait until a particular student has missed 10, 15, 20 days of school, and then there's some kind of administrative response. But going forward, what schools are going to need to do is be more proactive about monitoring the attendance data and sort of catching problems as they're emerging and trying to nip them in the bud. And then at the community level, there's a variety of more broad-based macroeconomic factors, of course, that are related to absenteeism. One in particular are economic pull factors, which we have in Las Vegas, where students are able to leave high school and get pretty well-paying jobs. A lot of the programs that are emerging on the K-16 level are trying to focus on is sort of blending the end of high school with the next stage of adult and career readiness in a more flexible kind of way. So you'll hear a lot this morning about multi-tiered system of supports, and that's where a lot of districts are moving. From our standpoint, we've always been more mental health focused, but again, we've tried to navigate more toward a school-based service delivery system because that's where the kids are and that's where many of them are missing school. And so MTSS models focus on three main tiers: universal or preventative kind of interventions that are designed to be more broad district-based or school-based to try to increase school attendance. Targeted strategies or early intervention strategies to initially get at those students that are just starting to miss school, not necessarily waiting until a 10% benchmark, and then more intensive interventions for more complex, severe kind of cases where maybe there's a variety of contextual factors that are involved. One of the things that we're developing in our group is a community asset map of mental health providers in Clark County. We hope to have that available via website this summer, and that's something that in-house school personnel could use to try to more quickly link families with available mental health supports in Clark County. And so that website will have things on mental health providers, the type of services that they provide, whether they're bilingual, what kind of insurance they take, waiting lists, and things like that, to try to cut down a little bit on the lag time between the initiation of school attendance and mental health problems and available supports. The other slide that I've given is a schematic of the multi-tier system of support model, and this is a little dense, but basically it refers to all the interventions that are out there for school absenteeism, but they're organized by levels. So at the bottom of the pyramid are those interventions that are designed, again, more broadly to decrease violence, to increase physical and mental health at school. These are all strategies that are designed to boost attendance rates among the student body more generally. At Tier 2, these would include more psychological approaches, clinical approaches to address mental health issues, in addition to increasing student engagement and mentoring. And then at Tier 3, most districts have some kind of alternative educational pathway, second chance programs. But again, the goal here is to draw students back into the educational process if they've been disconnected. Some of these kids have been out of school for months to years at a time, for example. So we have a variety of partnerships with community groups in Clark County. We just got some collaborative funding with the Lindsay Institute at UNLV to pilot test an MTSS model for school attendance and mental health challenges, specifically in preschool and K-1. That is an important inflection point because problems in school attendance and mental health and behavioral issues at that point tend to set the stage for later absenteeism, academic, and social emotional problems. So trying to catch these problems as early as possible. We also have collaborations with the Family Court and their truancy diversion efforts, the Public Education Foundation, United Way, the Clark County TPOP program, and we've worked a lot with the CCSD Research Office to get their district-wide survey data on school climate, academic mindset, and absenteeism. And we'll be looking at some of the pre-post pandemic data in that regard. We've already looked a lot at the pre-pandemic data. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, and stay close because we will be calling you back up when we have questions at the end. Next, we have Christy McGill, who I believe is in Carson, and Kirsten Sear, who is here, who is the president of the Public Education Foundation. So you guys will be working in tandem. Can I actually have you move to the middle chair? Thank you. Thank you so much, and begin when you're ready.
All right, do you guys see the presentation?
Not yet.
Oh, all right, there we go.
There we go. We see it now.
Thank you. Good morning, committee. My name is Christy McGill. I'm the Deputy Superintendent for the Nevada Department of Education. Alongside of me is President Kristen Sear of the Nevada Public Education Foundation. The benefit of going third is that I'm going to skip many of the slides that were already discussed, but really focusing on what Nevada is doing. So Nevada is in line with the national recommendations, and our definition of chronic absenteeism is the same. Students who are absent 10% or more of their enrolled school days. Also, if a student is absent more than 50% of the school day as well. You already heard about the differences of truancy and chronically absent by the first two presenters. Just FYI, in Nevada, our partners, the districts and the Department of Education, have really moved toward a chronic absent approach as recommended by national experts. Again, I'm not going to go through this because it was already touched, and the same thing, the important piece of chronic absenteeism is that it can be that early warning light signaling that either a student or a group of students are starting to struggle. And so it helps reduce costs, it helps get kids engaged earlier.
I'm going to pause here a little bit longer so you guys can take a look at who is absent in Nevada schools. So as you can see, this slide is pre-pandemic and then goes all the way through to post-pandemic. One of the things I think that you should pull out of this slide is, one, the great increases across all populations. So this is a problem experienced by all students. But a few student populations are experiencing this problem a little bit more acutely. And one is the American Indian population. The second is our Black community. And then third is the Pacific Islander. The reason this is important is that it lets schools know that gets to have the joy of these students to pay attention to interventions that are culturally appropriate and mutually reinforce. Here, I'm just as a quick shot of what Nevada, how we're doing aligned to the nation. So when you look at high chronic absence, that is a school that is experiencing more than 30% of their population that are chronically absent. So as you can see, before the pandemic, Nevada was at 15% and the nation was at 14%. After the pandemic, the Nevada is at 65% and the nation is at 43%. Here is just a snapshot to show the chronic absenteeism problem in our different regions of the nation and also Nevada. So here, as you can see, the first slide is Nevada, and it is a problem whether you're in rural Nevada or in urban Nevada, opposed to the nation, which really looks at it more of a prevalent problem in our urban areas. So that makes Nevada different, and many of our strategies, we need to make sure that we have all different kinds of rural and urban strategies focused on. Also, I want to take a look at the differences of pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. As you can see, pre-pandemic, we did not have the same, that elementary, middle, and high. If you look at post-pandemic, all of our grades really have issues with this. So again, what this slide is telling us is that we have a tier 1 issue, that it really, our strategies across the state, across the districts and schools should be aimed at all students and at all grades, both in rural and in urban Nevada. This is a holistic approach, and alongside of me is my partner with the Nevada Education Foundation, and she's going to talk about the important role of the community in this problem.
Good morning, Chair Bilbray, Axelrod, members of the committee. Thank you very much for having us here this morning to talk about a little bit of the community response to this really critical issue. I think we've heard a bit this morning about reasons why students are chronically absent here, so I think we can advance from this slide. I'm excited to tell you today about the Go to Grow Coalition, which is a growing community partnership to address the issue of chronic absenteeism. And I have to say that, to start this out, that this initiative is very much driven from an equity lens, because the numbers that Ms. Miguel just presented to you are staggering when you look at discrepancies between different student subgroups and absenteeism. We have seen some schools that are rebounding from pre-COVID absenteeism levels, but we are seeing some schools that are very much still experiencing this problem. And so I think that's an important thing to highlight. You heard this morning in the presentation from the NCSL the importance of community partnerships, and this Go to Grow Coalition, which I'll tell you a little bit more about, is very much rooted in best practices and evidence-based research around the ways that we can establish consistent messaging around absenteeism, to reinforce the message that every day does matter throughout the community, and to support our schools and support CCSD in addressing the various reasons that we are seeing for absenteeism. So for the next slide, again, I won't go too far into this because we've heard a lot about the common causes, and I think the good news is that we all seem to be aligned on what we're seeing from our students and our families. I'm really excited to tell you about envyfamily.org, which is a website that this Go to Grow Coalition has helped to establish. In English and in Spanish, we provide videos and resources for families who are dealing with barriers to school attendance. And it is, we know that there's no one solution to absenteeism, and so we're really diving into these topics that, again, align with what we've seen so far today around some of the reasons why kids are missing school. We are hearing a lot from families that they're confused about what's excused, what's unexcused. If it's an excused absence, does it apply to their chronic absenteeism rate? That is a huge concern among families. As Dr. Kearney mentioned, we're seeing a lot of fear and anxiety around going to school, especially since the closure of school buildings and the increase of social media chatter about online threats. We're seeing a lot of lack of connection to school, especially in our schools with higher rates of substitute teachers and lower rates of permanent teachers. We're hearing a lot from students that they feel frustrated that they don't have a consistent teacher, and so those students tend to be more likely to miss school. Obviously, we know a lot about the physical and mental health concerns we've seen since the pandemic, and then again, need for wraparound supports. Next slide, please. So this is our growing coalition. And the Go to Grow Coalition, our vision is that absenteeism will decrease when our community supports our students and families in Clark County to access resources and remove barriers that prevent them from attending school. And so we are combining our expertise and dedicating resources to wrap students and families in support. If you go to the next slide. These are the organizations that are currently involved in the coalition. We are specifically supporting Clark County TPOP, Truancy Prevention Outreach Program, which is knocking on doors of 14,000 families that are referred to them by the Clark County School District because their students are chronically absent. And we have three shared goals. We obviously want to get the right community partners to the table. And then we want to map out community resources for students and families. We've started doing that with the website, but we're going to continue to do that. And then we want to break down silos within our community because we know that this tends to be a siloed community and there's oftentimes not a central place where families can go for support. And again, all of this is very much aligned with the work of the Clark County School District and with the work of the Clark County Truancy Prevention Outreach Program, both of which are knocking on doors of families whose students are chronically absent. I think, there we go.
I wanted to give Christy McGill, for the record, Deputy Superintendent, Nevada Department of Education. I wanted to give a very brief update on the MTSS work that is happening at the state, university, and district level. So it couldn't have been queued up better by Dr. Kearney, who described the different tiers, so Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. As well as Nevada's system of MTSS has a systems approach, which really focuses on teaming. So, you know, making sure that districts aren't seeing this as this is only their program, that they have appropriate community partners that can come together. Looking at problem solving and data-based decisions. Again, this is a team approach to make sure that our districts and our partners have the data necessary they need to make good decisions. And then systematic implementation and progress monitoring. That progress monitoring is so important because we want to make sure that the strategies that districts are implementing or that the state or that our community partners are looking at are having a positive effect across all of our populations of students. So that progress monitoring becomes really important. A tiered continuum of supports, what you heard Dr. Kearney talk about from UNLV. Regular screening, so that if a child starts to disengage from school and we're not quite sure why, that there's screening involved, whether that's a mental health, social emotional, academic, but there's some sort of screening to really start to get to the why. And of course, the evidence-based interventions. And last but not least is the high quality instruction that includes that social, emotional, and academic development. We have our partner of University of Nevada, Reno, that has been working with our districts to teach the system. And then we have partners like UNLV, mental health providers that really go deep in the actual practices of Tier 1, 2, and 3 themselves. So here's just kind of a logic model of what the Nevada system looks like. And then also some of a sample training series from the University of Nevada, Reno of what the districts have been experiencing over the years. So as you see in Tier 1 training, looking at the universal strategies that affect all students, so things like climate and things like good academic instruction, school-wide database decision-making, classroom systems, and then also disproportionality to make sure that schools have the skills they need to look at disproportionality in their data. When you get to Tier 2 and Tier 3, that's where the practices kind of come into view, and to make sure that schools know about when to, what is a good practice that meets the needs of that particular school or that particular student population. Just some of our outcomes. This is our most recent outcomes. Schools that were implementing MTSS with fidelity had better rates of, this one is for chronic absenteeism, and the next one is a trend that the schools implementing with higher fidelity had lower rates of chronic absenteeism. Thank you, and we'll be available for questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Next, we will go to Adam Young, Vice President of Nevada Association for School Superintendents. And you are here via Zoom. Thank you. Go ahead when ready.
Thank you and good morning. Can you see this slide? Just checking to make sure everybody can see that.
We can.
Great. Thank you, Chair. My name is Adam Young, Superintendent of the White Pine County School District in Ely, Nevada, and I'm here on behalf of the 17 school districts that comprise the Nevada Association of School Superintendents, along with the Charter Authority. I want to acknowledge the tremendous information that has been provided to this committee so far today, and we'll be able to kind of move through this presentation with a little bit more speed because of the overlap that has been shared with you all so far. So we do represent all of the school districts. There's a quick graphic of that. We would like to thank all of the legislators and all of the legislators in Nevada for your service, for your advocacy for public education, and particularly over the last year or so for engaging with the school districts in the Future of Learning events and with the National Center for Education and the Economy through the Commission on Innovation. You have heard today, and I want to highlight this before I go into the rest of the presentation, from multiple groups that the hammer method of addressing chronic absenteeism, it just isn't something that's effective. As your public school district superintendents, we would echo that sanctioning model doesn't really work with any part of trying to make improvements in public education. We believe in partnership and in coming to the table with an asset-based approach, looking for the ways that we can all work together to address this issue. I just want to hit this slide here. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit later. We've heard this kind of implied through a couple of the presentations so far. Standardized tests and the way that our accountability system is set up, this is not helpful for students. They feel a disconnect This, according to the work that we've done in the trenches, this is one of the problems that creates an environment where students just don't feel like coming to school is really worth it for them. I'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. You heard that student engagement is 10% of the Nevada School Performance Framework for all of our schools. Right now, that is only measured by chronic absenteeism. One of our suggestions is that there are other models of student engagement that would be more helpful from a policy level to talk about, as opposed to only defining student engagement as chronic absenteeism. And then just one more quote here. Not everything that can be counted counts. Not everything that counts can be counted. Sometimes attributed to Einstein. I don't know if we really know that, but it's a very appropriate thing to think about with some of this data. Ms. McGill and others shared some of the trends in Nevada. The average daily attendance rate you can see prior to COVID and in 22-23. And you can see the chronic absentee rate across Nevada in 18-19 versus 2022-23 as well. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these because I know that you have a version of these slides that contain this information. This is all pulled off of NevadaReportCard.com. And you can see that many of our districts have made progress with this important issue over the course of the last year. There are others who have struggled to try to make the types of improvements that we would all like to see. But this is there for your reference. Some of this has been talked about, so I won't spend a lot of time, but I just want to highlight a couple of issues here for you. This first bullet, states with higher initial chronic absentee rates also had the highest increases, according to Dee and his associates in 2023. The other thing that I really want to highlight, which was brought up by one of the presenters, is the third bullet, remote learning impacted student habits and academic engagement. So this has manifested itself, as was referenced before, in schools. Like and employers, really, we tell people nowadays, when you're sick, don't come to work, don't come to school, go home and take care of yourself, don't spread whatever you have, come back when you're feeling better. And that approach, I think, is the right approach to take, but that does result in people being gone more. It's that kind of change in approach has had an impact on what these rates are and how they're reported from district to district and school to school, because we tell people to stay home now when they're not feeling well. So that's the disconnect between, does chronic absenteeism truly measure student engagement, or is it just a measure of who's at school and who's not at school? So that's also represented in this bullet that's down here, the fifth bullet, a positive correlation between stay at home when sick policies and chronic absenteeism. Okay, I wanted to talk a little bit, since I'm in the trenches and representing my colleagues who are as well, on, besides what some of these nationwide trends are, what are the things that we see in the trenches in schools in Nevada? And you know, we cannot say that these very narrow measures of counting the things that we feel ought to be counted, as measured only by standardized tests, which I mentioned a little bit ago, that kind of narrow definition of what schools are supposed to do has changed the types of offerings that bring kids onto school campuses. Music, art, PE, theater, CTE, athletics, clubs, project-based learning. You heard some of these things alluded to before in other presentations. When those things go away because schools are worried about the hammer of accountability, it should not be a surprise that students don't want to come to school as much as they wanted to before. Additionally, the high-stakes testing focus, we have heard this directly from students in my district. And we don't emphasize testing at all here, but we're in testing season right now. And I have families and students who stop me in the grocery store and tell me, we are not sending our students to school to take these tests. We're sick and tired of it. We appreciate what you're doing to emphasize other things, and we're going to exercise our civil disobedience by keeping our students at home until these policies change. We recently had an article by a Washoe County School District student that was published in the Reno Gazette Journal. I'm sure many of you read that. That is a perspective from a student. We need to value those perspectives. I want to talk a little bit about things that can't be counted, since we talked about things that can count. It's been referenced in some of the other presentations. There are crushing mental health needs in many, many communities, rural, suburban, urban, across our states. This is highlighted by a mental health provider pipeline that's scarce, an educator pipeline that's dry, which means that our school leader pipeline is dry, facilities in some of our rural areas and communities of poverty. These are all things that it's hard to count and to quantify, but they're things that have an impact in that thing that is counted in the chronic absentee rate. I want to give one example of what a district in Nevada has dealt with through the course of the year that has impacted the things that count, but maybe in a way that can't be counted. There was a suicide. There was a murder-suicide of several parents. There was an accidental death of several parents, near-death injury of several students, and then an accidental death of a very young student. These are things that aren't happening on school campuses, but they're things that create trauma. And with some of the challenges that were on this slide back here, when there's a pipeline of folks to address these concerns that is not as deep as we need it to be, it shouldn't be a surprise that, again, sometimes people cope by staying in the spot where they feel that they're going to be the safest, and that's at home. The American Association of School Administrators recently provided some recommendations for school districts, and I want to just highlight that, again, the focus on these is avoiding a punitive model, focusing on conferencing with students and parents, bringing them into the fold, working with other community agencies, compassion, encouragement, incentives. The days of dealing with this from the hammer perspective and kind of the punishment perspective, everybody recognizes that those are not helpful ways to address this issue. Before I close up here, and I again want to appreciate your time and the opportunity to participate in this important conversation, I want to highlight two school districts, the Carson City School District and my district, White Pine, on some approaches that have been taken in the trenches that we have found to be helpful, and that they address the things that might not be able to be counted, but are the things that really, really matter. And so in Carson City, Mr. Fueling and his team have really focused strongly on creating a public recognition idea with their newspaper, other elected officials, community businesses, agencies that highlight and celebrates students who are turning things around with regard to their attendance, students who are achieving, students who overcome obstacles. And again, the key word here is that this work is being done by the community in a recognition that everybody owns this problem. In the White Pine School District, we have begun having all of our leaders sit down with the juvenile probation judge and the JPO officers, not as forms of punishments for students, but as additional supports, as were referenced with the MTSS model, looking at it from a community lens. Whenever a student misses 4 days, we have a meeting with the family. When they miss 8 days, we have another meeting with the family. And we've also formed this really incredible community partnership called the Together We Belong, and You Are Not Alone. So this is an idea that promotes well-being, belonging, not just at schools, but that every person in our community of White Pine has a place. Everybody has value, and that we're together. By being together, we are stronger. this has had a really positive impact on us. So what could we look at for better approximations for engagement, going back to the accountability model? The superintendents feel that all of these things are better ways to measure engagement than only attendance. We would not argue that attendance doesn't have a place in that, and that chronic absenteeism is certainly important. But again, if we can shift our focus to these types of things and ensuring that these are part of the model and the vision that we're aspiring to as educators in Nevada, then we're focusing on the right things. And chronic absenteeism is going to reduce, attendance is going to increase by focusing on these types of things. These are those tier 1 interventions that Ms. McGill was referencing a little bit ago. We have some questions as well that we would like this committee to consider. The Nevada Department of Education, which you'll hear about later today, has done a lot of work with personalized and competency-based models. What does chronic absenteeism look like in a model where students might have mastered their core skills and their attendance on campus isn't necessarily required? And what is the place of seat time in a more flexible student-centered model? We think that those are appropriate questions to be asking. We would like to encourage you to continue to develop your deeper understanding of the entirety of schools. Let's not be misled by stars and only by counting. Those can be part of the equation, but they should not be the entire equation. We also just want to encourage you, urge you to continue to honor the incredible work that students, families, and educators are doing. And again, as was referenced by a previous presenter, this education itself is a wicked problem. It is so complex to put together all of the pieces and really strive towards this world-class education model that we embrace in our states. And we would really encourage you to govern in a way that empowers innovation and flexibility and not that restricts that. We need to encourage our leaders to try everything that's on the table versus being boxed into kind of that accountability model where you can only try certain things. Let's create legislation that enables the work that educators in schools do. We would love for you to visit our schools. The invitation is open. I speak for every superintendent as well as the Charter School Authority. Please come to our campuses. Let's sit down and let's gain a deep understanding of what your expertise is, what ours is, and how we can work together to address this wicked problem of education and of course, chronic absenteeism as well. So thank you very much for your time today, and we appreciate your service to our state.
Thank you, Mr. Young, and if you would just stand by as well. We have one more presentation, and then we will go to committee questions. Our final presenters are Dr. Mike Barton and Danielle Jones with the Clark County School District. Thank you for being here this morning. And begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Mike Barton for the record. A pleasure to be here today. And with me today, Danielle Jones, our Director of Chronic Absenteeism for the Clark County School District. So a couple definite overlap with other presenters today, and we're thankful for all the partners because I can tell you that with the first slide is acknowledgments, knowing that as a system, sometimes you can feel like you're alone with a problem. But the reality is, when you think about Go to Grow, you think about the work of this legislative body that enacted AB 309 to produce TPOP. We couldn't do it without those partners because sometimes these issues, as you've heard the word wicked, complex, it's a challenging, multifaceted problem. So again, I want to give great acknowledgement to these partners, but to the state legislature and really passing really good laws to make sure that we tackle this problem together. So We're all about accountability. We know that, I know we have trustees here today. I know Trustee Satori's in the audience today, but I know that as we look at this problem and try to tackle it as an entity, transparency with the numbers, it's quite important. When you think about a number with chronic absenteeism, we're still not at the pre-pandemic levels. However, we've made it a requirement in our system in the Clark County School District that on a quarterly basis, we are providing updates to our trustees on where we are with the numbers. We also provide to our trustees monthly updates on our chronic absenteeism rates. So in front of you gives you our year-to-year comparison for semester 1. When you look at how we compare 22-23 to our current school year, 23-24, you can see there's improvement. But again, as you've heard from multiple presenters today, we are nowhere near those pre-pandemic levels. We've seen dramatic drops with our students of color. But again, when you look at those numbers based on where we were pre-pandemic, we have a long way to go. But again, I think the intent of this slide is to share with you that we embrace accountability, knowing this is a metric that is controlled by many outside factors. We still want to be very prudent in providing to the public that this is where we are at this point in time. So you've also heard from other presenters that root causes. This is just giving you some internal context in the Clark County School District as far as we did a 5 whys activity with all of our departments, because previous to the pandemic, chronic absenteeism was sort of siloed, or absent or truancy was siloed in our system. So with getting all of our departments involved and doing a 5 whys exercise with even transportation, food services, all these leads in our district, we came up with 5 root causes as we've done this work to drill down on why this is happening. So sense of belonging, you've heard about the data sharing we have with UNLV, with our survey data, physical and mental health, you heard that repeatedly, basic needs not being met, childcare, and academic gaps. So really, as we did our 5 whys activities with our strategy officer, with our multifaceted departments, that's what we came up with. And what we did as a result of this root cause is we hired a great individual that, if with your permission, I'm going to turn it over to her for the remainder of the presentation. Danielle Jones is now everything chronic absenteeism in the Clark County School District. She really oversees all of our initiatives to help move the needle and improve these numbers by working with multiple partners in the community. So with your permission, Danielle Jones.
Thank you, Dr. Barton. Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Danielle Jones, Education Services Division of the Clark County School District. So as we mentioned, we have these root causes that we worked really hard with our departments and our community to identify. So when I got into this role, I became hyper-focused on these root causes and trying to streamline the resources we already had in place, as well as the support systems that the schools were providing. So with the Everyday Matters campaign, it's a countywide informational website. It really made everybody involved in attendance. So this website does a lot of things. This campaign gave consistent messaging to the schools for the families. They're able to get text message reminders, streamlined to our family engagement centers, our family support center, and really direct contact to the school personnel for support. So all of this together made it a community issue. So it's no longer just one school dealing with it. We're trying to work together to solve this problem. A superintendent's office also has a student advisory committee where students are actually creating their own campaign to encourage their peers to go to school. So this is another important aspect to encourage students, to let them know that school does matter. Other efforts we use to decrease chronic absenteeism is with the efforts of some of the legislative members of this board. We're able to utilize attendance codes for medical, for physical and mental health. So that opened up the communication between schools and families. Parents were letting the schools know why their students were absent. So that really helped at least identify some of those issues. Going forward, my department was able to get a grant to fund a home visit program. So this is different from what our attendance officers do. Our officers so far have done over 24,000 home visits with either identified students from our office or schools requesting officers to go visit homes on their own. But with this home visit program, our office is giving orientations to schools who want to be part of the program so their staff members can actually do the home visits now. So with the orientations, we've done over 300 participants with the home visit program. We have over 70 schools signed up to do this. So really, this actually focuses on the root cause of feelings of belongingness. So this is important because when a student hears a knock on the door and it's somebody they know from school that are showing compassion and encouragement, they're more likely to feel more connected. So that's the goal of this program. We're moving from punitive to more supportive because we know, as mentioned before, punitive doesn't necessarily work. So that's our goal of my office and our department, is to bring the schools together, give them the tools necessary to do these home visits, to provide those supports to the families. Another role of my office is connecting to school administrators. I do one-on-one trainings, professional development, so we can get early communication going for staff to reach out to families for students who have been absent, teaching them how to use best practices in those communications and using more of a supportive approach to get students to come back to school. We also have taught them how to pull their data more efficiently, so we're able to identify the students that are in need. Along with the Panorama Universal Screener, along with MLT teams on the school campuses, they're able to identify students who are very much in need of support, and we're able to work together to identify some of these causes. Along with that, of course, like I mentioned, community partnerships. Many of them spoke here today. One of our strengths, our strongest allies, is the Harbor. Now, the Harbor gives opportunities for our schools to refer students to get the resources they need outside of the school campus. This also is in connection with juvenile probation, and they work with them as well. Other things, of course, TPOP, which Dr. Barton had mentioned, the $12 million funding has really helped schools use that to refer their chronically absent students, to get a caseworker assigned to visit their home and have that one-on-one mentorship, guidance, and just somebody that they can connect back to the school within their family. We've also done work to get the municipalities to work together to provide support to some of our high schools and their feeder alignment schools. With that, we do have some schools that are part of the program. For example, we have working with Burkholder Middle School, Robert Taylor Elementary, and McCaw that align with Basic High School. We have Sunrise Acres Elementary, Grayson Elementary, Roy Martin Middle School to align with Desert Pines. So these are things that we're working to really focus in on some of the schools in the higher needs area. Other community partnerships that are actually on campus with our students, we have Communities in Schools, Boys Town, Nevada, and Jobs for Nevada's graduates. Now, you can see some of these programs service up to 80 of our schools. These are direct connections to our students, providing the support needed on campus. Many of the mentors and professionals on campus are not only working with students, but also their families, finding them pathways to graduation and to careers post-high school. Other schools I like to highlight because of their decrease of chronic absenteeism. Cartwright Elementary in 2022 is at 39%, and now they're at 6% as of yesterday. Martinez Elementary also saw a decrease from last school year, went from 41% to 22%. So we know that some of these efforts and resources are working. Our goal is to tie them all together so all schools can utilize the same things. We have the expansion of our community partnerships. So the two groups that I've been working with in our department is Disconnected Youth Coalition and the Chronic Absenteeism Intervention Providers, which is now known as Go to Grow Coalition. We're really excited to work with both coalitions, Disconnected Youth Coalition through Workforce Connections. It's led by Dr. Villalobos and Dr. Tyler Gardner. It's composed of public, private, and nonprofit organizations that coordinate efforts to connect the 42,000 disconnected youth in Southern Nevada. Now, these are individuals that are ages 16 to 22. They're not enrolled in school and are not employed. So we're working with them starting in the high school levels to really help them find that pathway for success. The other partnership, as mentioned previously, the Go to Grow Coalition. My part in the organization is trying to get feedback and in ideas from our schools, our school administrators, our school staff members and teachers on what they're seeing on their individual campuses and how our coalition can address those needs on those individual basis. And ultimately, we are trying to streamline those resources so schools don't have to call several different places to find the resources they need for their student, whether it be for housing, transportation, maybe they're staying home because they have to take care of a little sibling. How can we connect them to childcare? So we're trying to find a way to get it in one spot. So every person who's referring out, whether it be from the community or the school, they're able to get it in one place. And so working together, we're able to get the information from our schools to the coalition to really find out how we can help and service our families. I'd like now to turn it back over to Dr. Barton. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, just concluding remarks. I know that we focused today a lot on proactive measures, community-based, community lens approaches. We do hear from the field, however, that from our practicing principals and teachers that sometimes with extreme cases of neglect, that there are pieces of parental accountability missing. So I know that we hear from the field that the DMV sanctions for certain kids to get their IDs has been very helpful over the years to be a hook for kids to come to school. However, the follow-up for losing a license for chronically absent students, that doesn't happen. The other thing with our youngest learners, I know we work closely with the Department of Family Services. They're great partners. I know that resources are stretched thin, but sometimes our early learners who are really, it's not their fault that they're not coming to school, it's the parents, that sometimes it's a resource issue to hold the parents accountable. And then finally, truancy laws, we know in Nevada, sometimes we hear from the field, this is their quote, not my quote, but sometimes we hear from principals and discipline administrators that we don't have teeth with those laws. And again, I'm talking about those extreme cases, not the areas that we can be proactive and help with those families. But that does conclude our presentation. We'll be happy to take any questions today.
Thank you, and that concludes our presentation, so I will open it up to questions from members. We will start with Senator Dondaroloop.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'll start with Mr. Barton and Ms. Jones since they're at the table. And I just had a couple questions for several presenters, and one was for you. When you mentioned you had 70 schools that had signed up, while we applaud those 70 schools, we know we have over 300 schools, right? So is it because those are our top 70 schools? Is it, I mean, tell me how you got that number, I guess, or how we got to that number.
Through Madam Chair, thank you so much, Assemblywoman. We are really identifying schools that had over 40% chronic absenteeism, so I personally invited those schools to sign up. We did open it up to the rest of the school district for them to participate in the program. Now, this is really staff-driven, volunteer, so the principals had to identify staff members who are wanting to use their outside contract time to do this program, so that may have been part of the hurdle to get more schools to sign up, but I'm really proud to say 70 of those schools have been actively engaged and wanting to do their home visits for their students, and it's a good mixture of elementary, middle, and high schools. Thank you.
And just make sure to identify yourself for the record. It just makes our minutes clean.
Thank you very much. And so with that, I'm going to go all the way to the other side of this. You were talking about staff having issues with maybe we don't have enough teeth. I also know that we have the other problem of either chronically ill or mental health issues with kids. And so when they miss those 20 days, it could be a parent has changed a phone number, a parent isn't even here in town because they're wherever with that child, if they're chronically ill, or they're not checking mail regularly, they've moved frequently, whatever it is. And so now we have kids at 20 days, I believe, that aren't in school. So are we working on, I realize that may not be a lot of kids, but we do have those kids that we might be able to pull back in with some different guidelines. So is that part of this plan as well?
Mike Barton for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Senator Dondero-Loop. I want to make sure I'm very cautious to talk about mental health, because when we talk about teeth and laws, there are kids that have extreme issues, and we need to make sure they're wrapped in supports. So when you saw in our presentation the multidisciplinary leadership teams, they are tasked with really helping our Tier 3 students who may be in that crisis and finding those resources. That's where we've had programs like Care Solace, Hazel Health as a system to give them on-the-spot therapy or even push into the home. So those cases, I think, are handled in a different way, where the MLT, and again, MTSS has been talked about today a lot, but we give that support to those students and families to say, your family needs mental health support through telehealth immediately. So that is happening on the ground. And we are actually, as a system right now, because of these numbers and what you just expressed, Senator, we're actually reanalyzing our funding, because we know that some of the ESSER cliff repercussions with the money going away, that how do we continue to offer those great telehealth options that can happen in the school on the ground. So we're actually reanalyzing that right now to see if that can be something that's systemic and provided across the board.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that, because that was one of my concerns. While I get we have a lot of mental health or touch points for kids or for students, I was a little concerned when I knew that we weren't going to renew, if you will, the Hazel Health piece, because I felt like from a person's view, a community view, I felt like it may not even be mental health. It just may be that a child needs help, right? Parents are fighting. Nobody's home with me. I'm taking care of my little brother and I don't know what to do. And they have that immediate touch point and a visual with someone where I don't think the other programs provide that same type of touch point. And so I just see that as one piece of us trying to help repair this system. But I 100% appreciate all you do, Dr. Barton and Ms. Jones. Thank you for everything you're doing for these students, because it's not always just, I don't want to come to school. You're absolutely right. So thank you very much. And Madam Chair, would you like me to go to my next question, or would you like to go to someone else?
Go ahead.
Superintendent Young, are you still on the line?
Yeah, they should be.
Yes, Senator, I am.
There you are, sir. Would you give us a little bit more information on slide number 7 that was titled, So Let's Count? I was a little confused about the numbers there, and I just wanted some clarification. Wait a minute, maybe it wasn't slide 7. Maybe I'm lying. Slide 8, I'm sorry. So let's count. And you had those numbers. Was that they went from 28% absenteeism to 33, or can you walk me through one of those and tell us how those numbers go?
Of course, Senator. Adam Young for the record, White Pine County School District, and here on behalf of the Nevada Association of School Superintendents. So if we wanted to look at the Carson City School District, and thank you for the question, because I admit that my graphics here are sorely lacking. I'm a text-based person, and I am my district's IT department and graphics department too. So I just kind of hustled all this together into the same slide. But if you look at Carson City, in 21-22, Carson City's chronic absentee rate, according to NevadaReportCard.com, was 33%. In 22-23, last school year, according to that same website, their chronic absentee rate was 28.8%. So the second number is 2 years ago. The first number is last year. So the 28.8% represents, a 4.2% decrease in chronic absenteeism for Carson City School District from 21-22 to 22-23.
Okay, so that means they actually decreased their absenteeism, where Churchill absenteeism is more. Is that correct?
That is, yes, Senator.
I'm just
that is
using
correct.
those first two so that we can see them. Because I was looking at Humboldt's, for example, and they went from 34% to 47%, which was a much bigger jump, of course.
Yes, that's correct, Senator. And again, Adam Young for the record. So to clarify, Humboldt would have been 47.8% in 21-22, down to, or a decrease of 13 or so percentage points to 34.7% in 22-23.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that clarification. And I guess the last question I have is for Public Education Foundation. And Ms. Sears, if you would like to. My question for you is, when we are doing these home visits, and Dr. Barton, you can jump in here if you want to as well. When we're doing these home visits, and I experienced this as a teacher, and that's why I'm asking this question. How do we know when we're getting too close? And for those of you that are listening or in the audience, what I mean by that is sometimes when you try to help a family, if you get too close into their personal business or something that's going on, they will pull away. And so it's a very fine line, because we always don't know what's going on in a family. And so how is that recognized by those door knocks? How is that addressed so that you can have that conversation with professionals and say, I think there's something going on here. I think we're getting too close, but we need to help this child get back into the school system, blah, blah, blah. So if you can sort of address that, one of you, because as a 30-year educator, I can tell you that happened many times with me, whether I bought shoes for a child, called a parent, did my own home visits long before they were discussed in a public entity. So please give us some information on that.
Kirsten Sear, Public Education Foundation, for the record. Our coalition really is gathering up resources for the Clark County Truancy Prevention Outreach Program, who is actually doing the 14,000 home visits this year. So I would encourage you to bring them to talk more about their strategies with the community. I know that they do multiple follow-ups to check in on the student, but I don't actually know the answer to that question. Perhaps Dr. Barton does.
Thank you, Ms. Sear. Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Senator Dondero-Loop. So we are very explicit in our training before any pair goes out, and again, keyword is pair, goes out to do a home visit. And again, we funded these home visits through Title IV monies. And again, as Ms. Jones indicated, it's targeted for those schools that have higher chronic absenteeism rates. Part of that training starts with no judgment, right? So there's no judgment. You go to the door, you're welcoming the parent, you're not judging as you're viewing what may be happening in that home. Secondly, the training is about approaching in a non-threatening way. So it's not about titles, it's not about badges, it's about we're here to help you. And if there's a discomfort that is felt immediately from that family, or they're starting to push back, or there's a lack of trust that may be exhibited by the family, then that pair sort of retreats, and then we can go another path with potential future visits or other resources that may be provided at the school through a counselor, social worker, or that sort of thing. But we are very strategic that no one goes out cold. All of those teams are trained, and we have a centralized support mechanism to make sure that it happens without flaw. Because you're right, if we make one bad step or one bad impression, that family will retreat, and the likelihood of them re-engaging with a school that they may not trust diminishes.
I appreciate that information, because just for those listening, I mean, as an educator, I've had a whole family, excepting one child, killed in a car crash, where you have to go back into school and address all those issues. And now you've got that family suffering through that trauma, and you have to bring those kids back in somehow. Like I said, I've bought kids shoes and the family disappears. I mean, I've had all over the place. And then I've had parents that just don't know how to, after so many days, how to say, oh my gosh, I need to get my kids back to school, and somebody's going to say whatever. So it's been all over the place in 30 years. But I know that these things have been going on. They're just exasperated by our COVID shutdown and now coming back to school. So I appreciate all you're doing. I probably have a few more questions, but I'm going to let somebody else take the mic. Thank you very much, and thank you for everything.
Thank you. I'm actually going to go to Carson City. We have Assemblywoman Anderson and Assemblywoman Hanson. I know you both have questions, so whoever wants to start, and then go to the next person.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for presenting an incredibly important area. And I want to echo what Senator Dondero Loop just brought up. As an educator as well, I lovingly have harassed one of my seniors so much that now he's not coming to school. And so I did not see the signs, and still trying to make my way through that right now. But I do have some questions for everyone that did the presentation today. I so appreciate the work we're doing as adults. How many individuals have reached out to students and had the one-to-one conversations with students, whether that is focus groups or ways that work currently for our kids? So that was just one question, and I'll understand. Obviously, I'm not expecting something from NCSL because they were more looking at data information, but I was just wondering for other individuals who have plans, how often have these plans included a student voice in them? And whoever wants to answer it can answer it. It appears Superintendent Young wants to be the first victim. Individual.
Thank you, Assemblywoman, for the opportunity. Adam Young for the record. And I where I think there's valuable insight on that from the Superintendent's Association is the districts who were involved in some of the state level as well as district specific level on the portrait of a learner, portrait of a Nevada learner, portrait of a graduate. That type of concept is designed to amplify student voice around every part of the educational experience. So I can speak very confidently for the districts who have been involved in that work, that not only has student voice been a part of the discussion on chronic absenteeism and what is helpful for you. You tell us, please, how can we help? What needs to change? So yes, on chronic absenteeism, but on many other facets of trying to develop a more personalized and competency-based approach in line with that Nevada portrait of a learner. So I can speak for sure on those districts and schools involved in that process. And I'll just leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair, Mike. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike Barton for the record. Through you, Chair, to Assemblywoman.
And please just go direct.
Okay, thank you. In Clark County School District, we've done a couple of things. Student voice is critical, you're so right. We've done student town halls. We've targeted schools that have higher chronic absenteeism, and we've done town halls that include Ms. Jones and our Equity and Diversity Education Department. And we facilitate conversations with students to say, what are those barriers to come to school? And surprisingly, we've had really positive engagements where students provide us feedback, and then some schools where they tell us point blank that the relationships on this campus are not great. The teacher-student connections are not there. And so we've learned through our student town halls that some campuses have tighter adult-student relationships than others. And then finally, as Ms. Jones alluded to, Our student advisory group, which is made up of a representative from every high school in our district, goes back after the meeting centrally to gather information from students as far as what they're hearing. And that's where they're producing the peer-to-peer videos that will start being produced and go out there to include and encourage their colleagues or peers to go to school. So there's a couple of examples from the Clark County School District.
Christy McGill from
Assemblywoman Anderson. Oh, go ahead, please.
Christy McGill from the Nevada Department of Education. Although we're removed from the day-to-day work of students, we do try hard to make sure that student voice is included in our policy. So we have student representation on in many of our boards. And also we do a climate survey that looks at student perception of their schools. And so we also look at those climate survey results to see if all kids are feeling about how they're feeling about coming to school, if they're feeling safe, they're social emotional, and that factors heavily in our data as well.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair, for allowing me to give such a general question. I do have 2 specific questions. Would you like me to ask those, or did you want to go on to somebody else? Chair.
No, you can go ahead.
Thank
please.
you. So my first question that's very specific and again, thank you. I love the word engagement. That was such an important word, and it sounds like all of you utilized it in different ways. My question actually has to do, though, with Mr. Kearney from UNLV, or Dr. Kearney. I love the triangle. So totally had Maslow's going on in my mind. With Tier 2, with those anxiety approaches, is that an all-class type of lesson, or is that very specific to the child that's experiencing the anxiety, or is that, again, maybe possibly using the information that Director McGill just brought up of the school climate surveys? How do you utilize that anxiety approaches that is mentioned in Tier 2 of the triangle?
Christopher Carney, UNLV. Thank you for the question. The clinical approaches at Tier 2 that I was referencing have to deal a lot with outpatient therapy for children that come to our clinic. So there's a variety of different types of anxiety-based kind of protocols for social anxiety, generalized anxiety. Those are some of the more common types of anxiety. We see a lot of test-taking anxiety. A lot of kids, if they've been out of school for a long period of time, even if they don't have a mental health challenge, if they've been out of school for some period of time, they come back to school and their level of anxiety is very high as they come back because they're concerned about the reactions from their peers and teachers and so forth. So our protocols are very individual specific. We focus a lot on part-time attendance schedules, accommodation plans to try to ease the child back into school. We do a lot of somatic management techniques to try to help them control their physical aspects of anxiety. We do a lot of cognitive strategies to sort of get at the ways that they're sort of processing information at school and different kind of anxiety-related thoughts that we have. We work closely with the parents and especially the school counselors. It's really a three-legged stool kind of approach. Our therapeutic techniques, working with the family and the school counselors typically to try to ease the child back into school. Following the pandemic period, of course, a lot of kids were out of school for a long period of time, and so when they came back to school, they even had difficulty navigating basic things like how to go to the main office to ask for help or how to approach a teacher, and so we've had to work on a lot of those kinds of things as well. But it's very much a more mental health focused kind of aspect. But we do individualize it to a particular family, but we rely on empirically based techniques that have been designed in general for anxiety-related kind of conditions.
Great. Thank you so much for that clarification. I just was thinking that there was a way possibly to do some cross-referencing items. My last question actually has to do with the first presentation from Ms. Rivera. If I could just ask a really quick question to Autumn.
Yeah.
Thank you
Autumn
so
Rivera
much.
here.
Thank you. On slide 7, you mentioned that truancy is specifically refers to unexcused and intentional absences. So would that be when parents make the decision to go, or a guardian makes a decision that my child's going to be out for a week for vacation, or I need intentional to be a little bit defined a little bit further if possible.
Yeah, no, that's sorry, Autumn Rivera for the record. I think without a valid excuse. So I think that's what you're saying, like a parent regarding them outside of school, taking them out for something, knowing it's going to happen, it makes it intentional. So it's the unexcused absence, but making it that it's like on purpose. So not just a kid being sick and not reporting that back. Does that clarify?
Thank you so much. It does, because I think sometimes there's also some cultural absences that we have to be aware of, and definitely has an impact on some of our different communities. And so I did not know if that would count medical, or like somebody's planning 2 weeks from now, that, that sort of thing. So you're saying that a school district can make the decision as to what the intentional absence is? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, Autumn Rivera again, for the record. I think it's more the intent around it. So I think when it comes to like a absent student, the parent can call, and that can be for medical reasons as well, where a truant excuse, it could still be for like medical reasons, but there's usually a lack of communication with the school as well in that space. So that's where there's that follow-up where it can end up being a truant absence rather than a chronic absence.
Thank you so much for that clarification, and thank you, Chair. If there's time, I've got another question for everybody, but I can wait till the end for that lightning round. Thank you, Chair. And then I think Assemblymember Hansen.
Yeah, just go to Assemblywoman Hansen now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for this presentation, multiple presentations. They've been very enlightening. My questions are going to be addressed to Superintendent Young, and then I'll follow up with my second part with Deputy Superintendent Christy McNeil. So, Superintendent Young, if I could, thank you to Senator Dondero Loop for clarifying slide 8. I think some of us had some confusion over, did they go up, did they go down? So thank you, that made it very clear. So in regards to that slide 8 on So Let's Count, and we looked at each of the counties and how they either went up or down in their rates, I wanted to make sure, I was pleased to see a lot of the rurals went up. No, they went down. They went down. This is where down is good. Kind of like, depending on if you're on a diet, what you're trying to do. But so many of the rural counties seem to be doing very well. I was glad to see there were some that weren't, and I won't call them out at the moment. But I'm wondering, for those that are having success, Humboldt was brought up earlier as having some pretty good movement to address the problem. Are the counties talking to each other about what they're doing, what's working, sharing their ideas in general?
Thank you, Assemblywoman, for the question. Adam Young for the record. So the very short answer to that question is yes. The superintendents meet themselves each month and have a text chain that seems like it's never ending, that discusses a wide range of things, including chronic absenteeism, but also for the districts that are large enough to kind of have folks specifically dedicated to this issue. Those individuals are in constant communication as well, talking about the types of things that are working versus the types of things that maybe are not. And frankly, that's where a lot of the information from this presentation, it wasn't hard to put together because we already had a solid understanding of the types of approaches that were working. And as you heard from each of the presenters today, the multi-tiered approach, lots of social emotional supports, home visits, frequent communication with parents and families, bringing community partners in. Those are the types of things that are having a positive impact. I think if we could say what the frustration is, and I think this has also been represented by a number of the presenters today, is that the progress towards getting back to where we would like to be is certainly slower than than what anybody wants to have happen, while recognizing that, again, we're just kind of in a different era, and there are some things that are different, and they might not be able to change as quickly as we want them to.
Thank you for that. And then, Chair, if I could, I'll follow up with my next question to Deputy Superintendent Christy McNeil. Thank you for being here. I'm going to reference actually the slide that NCSL did. It was slide 8, where it talks about potential factors influencing absenteeism. And then on slide 8, I think, I'm sorry, that's slide 6. Slide 8 talks about truancy. So for Nevada, when we talk about potential factors, and then they give us these different groups, health-related issues, transportation issues, and so on, those are potentials. I'm wondering, how do we categorize absence? Are we making, when a child is absent, whether it's excused or not excused, are they being put in a category so we know that these aren't just potential factors? We know that, oh, this child was absent because they were sick, or we know this child was absent because of an academic challenge. When we're saying we have potential factors, how do we even really know? How are we tracking those absences, would be my first question.
Autumn Rivera for the record. I think that's a really great question. I think that's one of those things that, as far as my presentation goes, it's kind of that we're sharing that it is multifaceted. It's not usually just one of those things, right? So if, for example, a student has a health-related issue, that then may be that they, are then struggling academically. So it is one of those things that kind of goes in a line. I think it might be useful to look into like state data based on if there is some tracking for that in your state that looks at maybe it's just health related issues and or just school environment issues. But I think the main point of both the factors influencing absenteeism as well as truancy is that they are multifaceted. It's usually not just one of these things. If a parent's not involved and a kid doesn't want to go to school, it might also be that they don't want to go to school because the school environment is bad, not just because the lack of parental involvement. Does that answer your question?
Thank you for that. Yes, and I would like a little bit of input too, though, like you mentioned, on the state level, how we are tracking it.
Thank you for the question. Deputy Superintendent Christy McGill from the Nevada Department of Education. So right now, that information does not roll up to the state. So we do not track that at the state level. And really, probably not at the district and school level is very individualized. One of the things that we've been working with schools and districts on is piloting some different data systems, one being an electronic health record that would help us do exactly what you said. So not only track what's going on with the student on the health side, but also to see if the interventions that the schools are trying are actually having a good positive effect. But do we have a statewide system right now that really allows for that kind of specificity and the diversification of interventions? Not at the state level.
And Chair, I promise this will be my last just follow up. Since we have Superintendent Young hopefully still on the line, I guess then maybe my question really should have gone more to the districts. I should know better. The districts have a certain amount of autonomy, and so are we doing this? And let me ask you this: if we want to do an intervention, how do we're seeing some red flags? There's these absences. If it's the school environment that a child is having trouble with, and bullying is, say, the issue, how do we address it if we haven't categorized those children into certain categories that this is why? And that's what I'm wondering, are we doing that, or is that what AB 54 is looking to address moving forward?
Thank you for that question, Adam Young, for the record, and I'll do my best to respond in the way that my district approaches this, which I believe is fairly common, whether it's Clark or Washoe or White Pine or Esmeralda. So there are, if I'm understanding the question correctly, yes, there are different types of codes that a school office puts into Infinite Campus to account for a student's absence. Those codes could range from we don't know, because we haven't been able to, that like there's been no communication with the parent. We can't get a hold of the parent, as was referenced by one of your colleagues earlier, all the way to the student was out with COVID for the last 2.5 weeks, all the way to this student was actually truant because the student missed school, and it was confirmed with the parent that the student ought to have been at school. And then there would be many types of codes, in the middle of those types of things. So as I mentioned when I was giving my presentation for our district, when a student reaches 4 absences, it doesn't matter why the student's been gone for 4 days. It could be that the student was truant. It could be that the student was out ill, and it's all legit. We still call a meeting with that student and the family just to kind of touch base to say, hey, so if you were sick, you've been out for the last 4 days, where do things stand with your makeup work? Like, do we need to do some tutoring? If you weren't sick or if there's kind of reading the room, which I think Dr. Barton talked about a little bit as far as the home visits go in Clark, if there are potentially some school-related issues, interpersonal types of things with other students or maybe with a teacher, then part of this discussion is to problem solve and figure out, okay, you didn't really answer the question about why you've been gone for the last 4 days. What aren't you telling us? Like, is there some conflict that we need to be aware of so that we can advocate for you and help you advocate for yourself in order to figure out what the best approach to this situation is? So besides the codes that do exist and can be differentiated through types of reports that a district might pull in Infinite Campus, really what this comes down to is relationships with students and families and putting in the time to find out what the best intervention is going to be. Now, the interventions don't always work. I mentioned that a little while ago. Many districts are seeing declines, but in a perfect world, every time you provide an intervention, the problem would stop. And what we're finding is that this is a very labor intensive and human capital intensive type of an endeavor. It speaks to the wicked problem that was discussed in one of the other presentations. Sometimes where before COVID, it might have taken 1 or 2 interventions. Now it takes 4 or 5 or 6 and constant communication in order to figure out how to best address the situation. As I mentioned, in the end, it comes down to what are the human capital resources that a school has to be able to devote to this while all of the other balls are in the air, because it's just takes a ton of time. So hopefully that answers your question.
It did, and thank you so much so that I could get a better understanding of that. And again, congrats to Clark and some of those rural counties that are seeing some movement, and appreciate all the work that you're doing. It is extremely overwhelming, I'm sure. Thank you.
And he only has like 12. That's 400 kids.
Thank you. I'm actually going to keep you on, Mr. Young. You had mentioned something about, I'm trying to read my notes, absenteeism and student engagement, which I think is an interesting aspect. I'm just going to speak personally. My daughter had her wisdom teeth out. She intended to go back to school. She got them on Friday, and she was going to go to school Monday. Well, she couldn't go to school on Monday. She was in too much pain. But she still got all her work done. She was able to, engage, communicate with her teachers. And I'm sure that's happening even with students who could be considered, chronic absentees. So could you speak to that, please?
Chair, thank you so much for that question. And it illustrates the complexity of this issue. Yes, absolutely. We have students, especially in some of our districts where this competency-based model is further along than others, where a student could be absolutely complete and have shown mastery in a content area, and be chronically absent. Like both of those things can happen. Now, I don't want to minimize what has been stated by all of us in these presentations, that in general, I would agree that chronic absenteeism is a really, really big problem. But I think the better thing to be focusing on would be how do we more accurately represent this construct of student engagement? And how do we change the system, including the accountability models, to allow for different definitions of student attendance that also acknowledge that, you might not have to be on campus every single day for every single period in order to demonstrate proficiency or mastery in the competencies that you're trying to learn. I think that there's that kind of blow, it makes your head hurt to think about that. And so I don't know what the answer to that is. But I think that there are some discussions going on around that right now in our state. There need to be more. And they do need to kind of connect back to these accountability models so that schools are not punished, educators are not punished, and even families are not punished for what you were just describing with, students who might be deemed chronically absent, but are actually thriving in their academic pursuits and social emotional pursuits as well.
Thank you for that clarification. We will come back to Las Vegas. I know Senator Buck, you indicated that you have a question. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Bilbray Axelrod. So I was curious as to Assemblywoman Anderson and Hansen, how they noted that excused or unexcused, it all counts towards the 20. And if somebody could confirm that. It could be excused, unexcused.
Thank you, Senator Buck. Danielle Jones for the record. Yeah, our state reporting does require us to report both excused and unexcused absences towards our numbers.
Okay. So I think that is something that the committee really needs to look at, because coming out of the pandemic, our society really has been troubled in coming back to work. And like Superintendent Young said, there does need to be some variation for that. Excused or not excused, it doesn't matter. It still counts toward and really punishes the school, the family, everyone, even though they could be potentially proficient. And so that was another question I wanted to ask you. And great work, by the way. I love all that you're doing. One of my questions before you answered it was what schools are doing well and what strategies are they using that you can cross across systems and across schools. And it sounds like you really are doing a great job with emulating that. But as far as with the pandemic happening and the truancy or ed neglect, there has zero teeth in that. We see that. Retention could be a possible one. I know that different districts have different policies with 11 days absent and then you fail the class, or retention could be a possibility if they're below level. So what are some things that you recommend for that?
Thank you, Senator Buck. Danielle Jones for the record. In the Clark County School District for the high school level, we do have the denial of credit, but we do give the families an opportunity to set appointments with the administrators, especially if the student is passing the class, to talk about the issues and get to that root cause for that individual student. So we do have that aspect that's in place. But again, like as mentioned, there's other issues that are going on that may be impacting students. If they're passing a class, they're engaged, obviously. So we have to be able to look at those closely and not just put a blanket policy across the board. Same with the younger levels. There is some retention and neglect packets that are going through. But overall, we really look at it on an individual basis rather than a whole blanket policy as a punitive approach.
Awesome. I like that, and I like looking at that differently, attendance differently, especially with the pandemic and people being able to be proficient with not being in the seat. So another question, based on the Nevada School Performance Framework, which our schools are really guided by, so have you noticed any schools that have, say, high performance and are high growth, and so they're really performing, but they don't earn the attendance points? So they're actually doing it with students not there. And then on the opposite impact, the Title I schools, the ones that we say that our most vulnerable students attend, and we say that this problem of chronic absenteeism really hits that population. Do we have any Title I schools that are really knocking it out of the park and performing despite students not there? So there's different strategies that the principal may be using or the school leadership may be using in blended learning or things that they can do at home.
Thank you, Senator Beck. Danielle Jones for the record. You're correct in those schools are seeing higher numbers in chronic absenteeism, but those are also the schools that are also getting those site-based supports from Community and Schools, Boys Town, Jobs for Nevada Graduates. They're getting wrapped around with more services as well. I know that one of our high schools does like a hybrid model. So on Wednesdays, the students have flexibility to come on campus and do some proactive work, get some help, and some have remote learning going on that day. They also have the campus open for students just to come and do some enrichment classes as well. So we are trying to pilot different programs to see what works with our different student populations. So definitely the work is there, and we're slowly working towards trying to find a variety of ways to engage our students at different demographics. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm trying to find if there's a way that correlation-wise that there's high proficiency, high growth, but maybe they're not attending, and what does that look like? Are there schools that do that well as far as it impacts the competency base, right? So they're able to do it without them there. Are there schools that are in that boat?
Senator Beck, Danielle Jones for the record. Looking at the data, I don't see too much of a correlation of a school who is high performing who have higher chronic absenteeism rates. So you're correct in that assumption that there is definitely a connection between attendance and engagement. Most of our schools that are underneath the 20% mark are usually our higher achieving schools, and so that's something that we also would like to address to see how they're doing that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any other questions here in Las Vegas? Not seeing anything in Carson City? I
just have a quick
hopefully
one.
I'm going to ask Assemblywoman Anderson.
There's some
I know
things
you
that
have
are
another
always
question,
there.
don't you?
I'll make it quick though. I believe. I'm just wondering for all the community outreaches, how many times are these done in multiple languages, or is it usually just done in? I'm hopeful that there's always a language component that's also there. So just for the different programs with the community outreach, how many times are you able to provide different languages for that from the different programs?
Madam Chair,
Oh, sorry.
No, I just didn't see any there, so I didn't want the question to linger. I had the awkward silence, my fault. Go ahead.
Members of the committee, Kirsten Sear, Public Education Foundation for the record. Our website that I discussed, nvfamily.org, all of the written resources can be translated into the major languages, and then all of our videos are in both English and in Spanish. We recognize that there are other languages that are prevalently spoken in the community, and so that is something on our to-do list to have the videos in other languages as well.
And Mike Barton for the record, Clark County School District. Also with the home visits I described earlier, obviously with the homework piece of the preparation before that pair goes out, the home language survey is scrubbed to see if that child does need a Spanish speaker or another language as that home visit occurs.
Thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other questions, so with that, we will close this agenda item and move on to our next agenda item 5. We'll now hear updates on the implementation of competency-based education in Nevada from KnowledgeWorks and NDE, as well as the Nevada Association of School Superintendents. First, we have Katie King and John Olive with KnowledgeWorks and Dylan Booker with the Nevada Future of Learning Network, NDE. We've got you in Vegas, so please go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, thank you, Katie King, for the record. I believe Deputy Superintendent Dixon is in Carson to kick us off.
My apologies. Please go ahead.
No problem. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Anne Marie Dixon, Deputy Superintendent for the Student Achievement Division. I was going to introduce our wonderful guest, but you have done that for me, so thank you so much, and I will kick it over to Katie King.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Dixon. Katie King for the record, I will pass it over to Dylan Booker to start us off today.
Thank you, Katie. Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for having us today. My name is Dylan Booker, and I'm an educator in the Clark County School District. Before we share more about the ongoing efforts to advance personalized competency-based learning in Nevada, I want to start us off with a real-life example of why this approach to education is important. We entered the fourth quarter just this passing Monday. As I presented my students with the beginning of a new instructional unit based in district-wide curriculum, I was once more met with sighs of dismay, disillusionment, and overall lack of enthusiasm. This was the general tenor of my students until I noted that instead of everyone having to end the quarter with an essay as per usual, students would instead have the option to do this quarter with an essay, have the option to do an essay if they choose. They can also meet the performance task by way of completing a slides presentation, engaging in a group-based project, such as a podcast, completing the learning task through a Minecraft recording, or even showing me their comprehension through art. I could visibly see the emotion of the classroom shift, student perception of their own potential shift. It was evident that students showed signs of interest and engagement as a result of this opportunity to demonstrate what they know in a way that made sense to them. It is moments like this in the classroom where one sees the merit and value of personalized, competency-based learning. This is why our work elaborated upon today is so significant and important. I will now pass it to Katie King from KnowledgeWorks to share more about the work that is underway to make this type of learning a reality in classrooms across the state.
Thanks, Dylan, and thank you, Chair and members of the committee, again, for having us. Katie King, for the record. I am the Senior Director of Strategic Engagement with KnowledgeWorks. And KnowledgeWorks is a national education nonprofit. We help our partners in states and schools work together to align policy and practice towards personalized competency-based learning. And we've had the great pleasure to be working with the Nevada Department of Education and their leadership of the Nevada Future of Learning Network for the past 3 years. The network is a collaboration of educators and leaders from across the state who are together creating the building blocks of a transformed education system. We're grateful for the invitation to share an update on the collective work of the network and share insights based on KnowledgeWorks' national experience. So to begin with a bit of level setting, personalized competency-based learning is an approach that fosters deep connections to academic concepts while nurturing the development of essential skills. This student-centered system of instruction is not primarily about some students accelerating through learning faster, but rather about helping students deepen their learning and about empowering every student to own their learning. In a personalized learning system, students will inevitably move at different paces, but collectively they will all master the rigorous academic content and life-ready skills needed for future success. When each learner is able to master both content and higher-order competencies at their own pace and with personalized learning supports, we can be assured that they're graduating ready for what's next. The seeds of this shift towards personalized competency-based learning were planted in Nevada long ago, as you all know, and we're grateful to be building on and integrating the great work that many individuals and groups have been engaged in for years. So that's the broad overview of this type of work. In Nevada specifically, this systems transformation is all about supporting students in achieving the shared vision of the portrait of a Nevada learner. The portrait was developed collaboratively with students, educators, caregivers, community members, and leaders, and is a powerful North Star. And personalized competency-based learning offers a structure by which schools and educators can orient teaching and learning toward the portrait. It's also a mechanism for transforming the education system to work for every learner. In KnowledgeWorks' experience working with states and schools for almost 25 years, we have found 6 features to be common across learning communities where personalized competency-based education can thrive. There's a shared vision for student success. There are clear learning goals, also known as competencies, aligned to that vision. There's a statewide network of support to nurture collaboration and innovation. There's professional learning to support leaders and educators in shifting district, school, and classroom level practices. There's a policy environment that supports those practices taking hold. And there's sustainable funding that can allow promising approaches to thrive and grow. So when we look at this list, we can see that Nevada has several of these pieces already in place and is becoming a national leader in the conversation around student-centered learning. Nevada has its portrait, which was informed by the voices of more than 1,400 Nevadans. The Nevada Future of Learning Network has been very active this year with teams of educators, youth, administrators, community members from around the state designing new approaches and spreading the word about the portrait and the need for systems change. One of those teams, the Competency Champions, which are educators and leaders from around the state, have developed the draft Nevada pre-K through 12 competencies, or learning goals. So we can see that Nevada has several key elements in place to advance personalized competency-based learning. I want to focus on this third element a little more deeply for a moment, because competencies are a critical piece of living out the vision of a portrait. They translate the high-level aspirations of the portrait into tangible, cross-disciplinary skills and dispositions that create a foundation for lifelong learning. So this slide shows an example. This is the progression of competencies aligned to one of the portrait attributes, critical thinking. Critical thinking is one of 9 attributes of the portrait that have aligned competencies in the current draft. Critical thinking is often cited as a key skill that young people need to thrive academically and economically. And this progression gives educators, students, and families clear learning goals for critical thinking and an understanding of what mastery looks like at different developmental levels. The Competency Champions are currently incorporating a first round of feedback on the draft competencies and will soon begin creating resources for educators around them. So now that Nevada has its statewide portrait, draft competencies, and a statewide network of support, exciting professional development opportunities can take place. So looking ahead, starting in this next school year, the Nevada Future of Learning Network will run a 2-year competency implementation pilot within which district and school level teams will receive personalized coaching and professional learning in addition to policy and regulatory guidance and support. And those supports will enable them to activate the portrait of a Nevada learner in their contexts and deepen personalized competency-based learning practices. It will allow them to model for the rest of the state the classroom, school, district, and state level structures needed to transform the system. And their experiences in learning can inform future assessment and accountability change efforts. So the network is currently co-designing this pilot with participating districts, Churchill, Elko, Lincoln, Lyon, and White Pine, and are continuing conversations with additional schools and districts that have interest in this work. So now I'll pass it back to Dylan to share more about the policy opportunities on the horizon.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Dylan Booker. I sit on the Nevada Policy Advisory Committee, part of the Nevada Future of Learning Network. The committee looks for policy opportunities and crafts recommendations that can help to advance the work of the network. During our first few months, we've identified the following 3 policy areas with the most potential for the legislature to support the work. First, it's pivotal that schools and districts have the policy flexibility to create new school structures within the competency pilot Katie spoke about. Too often, traditional structures such as seat time requirements Grading requirements, school calendars, required measures of attendance, and a persistent demand on teachers to navigate ever-changing expectations pertinent to teaching can serve as an impediment to schools looking to innovate. Across the country, many states have created opportunities for schools and districts to request flexibility from state statute and regulation for implementation of personalized competency-based learning. If we want the competency implementation pilot to have the intended impact, districts will need to be able to seek flexibility to create new and innovative learning environments. As the pilot is rolled out, the network, the Policy Advisory Committee, and NDE will all continue exploring flexibilities and opportunities for flexibility. Such exploration and this may necessitate legislation down the road, and we look forward to working with you all at that time. Second, innovation requires sustained support from knowledgeable individuals and financial resources over time. States from every corner of the country, including but not limited to South Carolina, Kentucky, Arkansas, Arizona, New Hampshire, and Utah have established formal and permanent structures in collaboration with their state education agencies by which the work can be sustained and by which are publicly funded. Nevada should consider doing the same by ensuring that there is an entity supported with public dollars that encourages innovation and collaboration and learning across the state. We anticipate that there will likely be a funding ask related to the work of the network for the next legislative session, and we hope to engage with you all more on the details of this ask in the months ahead. Third, our existing assessment system and how it feeds into our accountability system pushes schools to prioritize certain types of approaches in ways that can make it challenging to increase personalization. Standardized tests like the MAP, CERT, and now the My Perspectives end-of-unit assessments are often used as a gauge for teacher effectiveness, when these tests are not the premier way to show comprehensive student understanding of a concept. For instance, I teach resource English, and a great number of my students can navigate academic standards at a collegiate to a collegiate degree through discourse, artistically, and with sentence stems to encourage their thoughts. However, when asked to show these understandings through writing, there is a variety of struggle oftentimes to do so. While some of these structures are mandated under federal requirements, there are opportunities for Nevada to be a leader in making assessment and accountability shifts to support personalized competency-based learning. As the pilot that Katie talked about unfolds, its work will include taking a closer look at Nevada's existing assessment and accountability structures to identify opportunities for them to more closely support personalized competency-based learning approaches. In closing, each of these three areas may require different action at different times as the work of the pilot and the network evolves. But based on what we know now, we're confident that at some point, there will likely be an opportunity for legislative action in each of these three areas. When that comes, we look forward to partnering with you on each of these areas to help advance this work in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And are we going up to Carson City, or is that the end of your presentation?
That, Katie King, for the record, that's the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much. Members, do we have questions? Oh, nope, we have somebody else. Never mind. We're going to Adam Young. Back to you, Mr. Young.
Good morning once again, everybody. Can you see the slide there?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Adam Young for the record. Again, thank you for the time. I just want to say I am a lifelong Nevada resident. I was born and raised here in White Pine County. I attended UNLV for my bachelor's and master's degrees. I'm speechless as I sit here and listen to the work that Knowledge Works has done. I've had the great pleasure of being a part of that. This is such an exciting time for education in our state, and nothing makes me happier than being able to speak with you about this today, and also to echo some of what has been presented by Knowledge Works. So let's talk just a little bit about, besides the work that Knowledge Works has been engaged in, some other things that are going on. The Nevada Association of School and Superintendents has invited many state legislators, as well as our executive branch folks, to participate in some forums with the National Center for Education and the Economy. That same group is facilitating some work through the Innovation Commission that was established during the last legislative session. These initiatives are going on concurrently with what the Department of Education and Knowledge Works have described just a moment ago. And the idea is, how do we challenge participants to envision a learning system that empowers all learners for the future? And by the way, for a future that we don't really know what it's going to look like. And as you heard a little bit, and I'll talk more about it soon, this does require rethinking the measures that we currently use to label students, educators, and schools. I want to share this slide. This comes to us courtesy from the NCEE, and the research is done based on the World Economic Forum and the Future of Jobs survey. You saw some similar ideas in the Knowledge Works presentation just a moment ago. Notice the information that is ranked first all the way through, 16 or so. 16 is what our traditional accountability system focuses on. Look at all of the things that employers value before that. And that's not to say that those things are not important, but this idea of these cross-cutting skills that are relevant in every single discipline: critical thinking, creative thinking, resilience, empathy, leadership, systems thinking. These are the types of skills that the workforce is demanding of our graduates at this point in time. I want to share this slide, also courtesy of the NCEE, to kind of elaborate on what has been shared already. What does a learner-centered system look like? Number one, thinking holistically about students and avoiding the temptation of kind of labeling them as, proficient English students or non-proficient math students or ELs, or, like those differentiations can be helpful, but in the end, we want to look at the entire child and develop a system that engages those students in, this is key to messy work of learning. Anyone, and I know there are a number of you on this committee who are educators, have been educators, or work very, very closely with educators. Learning is not a linear process. It's iterative, and it is very, very messy. And we need our learners to be co-creators of this process, not kind of not inactive subjects. They need to be agents in participating in this. You heard a little bit about this from Knowledge Works, so I'm not going to elaborate any more on that slide. I do want to share this. Knowledge Works and the NDE talked about the portrait of a Nevada learner. I don't know if you've seen this or not yet, but this is a portion of the Nevada's portrait. These are the questions that through this work, Nevada educators and system designers, policy folks, heard from stakeholders, especially from students, are important to them in their educational system. And I just want to highlight that as I participated in this convening back in October of 22, and there wasn't one single student in the room who talked about the value of their smarter balanced assessment. That didn't come up one time about their scores on some of those exams that are so prevalent in our accountability model. This is another part of the Nevada portrait: empowering, connecting, impacting, and thriving. Where is their tension? I've mentioned this already. This holistic vision and the model that we currently use to kind of guide schools. I think Senator Buck referenced that a little while ago. In the superintendent's vision of learning, we would want as much alignment between this vision, the Nevada portrait, and our accountability model. If those two things are two separate bubbles, then innovation is never going to happen, because people are going to attend to the things that are measured. And that goes back to my slide from a previous presentation. Not everything that is counted actually counts. we need to work towards encouraging personalized approaches. But right now, the model punishes deviating from the norm. So innovation, we might say that we value it, but we actually really don't as a system, because if you try something that's too, that doesn't have this deep research base, which is the definition of innovation, right? Like if there's a deep research base, you really can't call it innovation. It's just following the research. So the other thing that I just want to highlight is this last bullet. For years, we've talked about differentiation in schools. And I know that those Assemblywoman Anderson, Senator Buck, Senator Dundara-Loop, differentiation on the input, on instruction, this is not a new concept. And yet, we forbid that on testing day. Every kid takes the same test. And every kid has to show their knowledge in the same exact way as the person before. That is not student-centered. Just to drive the point home, this Purpose of Education Index, published in 2022, this is a parents. So even our families, out of 57 attributes, standardized testing ranks 49th in importance. Okay, so enough of beating that drum. I want to share this with you because most of you know I'm a musician. I'm a choir teacher out here in Ely, besides being the superintendent. This is from a musician. I won't sing it to you, but it's important that you see it because it captures a good concept. How do you capture the wind on the water? How do you count all the stars in the sky? How can you measure the love of a mother? And how can you write down a baby's first cry? I would add to this, trying to quantify by one measure a student's learning is tough. Takes a lot. All right, let me share a couple of examples of personalized and competency-based learning. I'm so proud of this school in my district. I know that you have these slides, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time on these because we're getting past time for my allotted time. But this is an amazing school. Students opt into just tons of choice-based learning. This is agency-based. So when they choose to do it, it's because they want to. And we know that when students want to learn, the learning goes through the roof. It's incredible. I would invite any of you to come out to this school to see one of our STEAM Fridays. It's just super awesome. These are my little kindergarten scientists. If that doesn't warm your heart, yeah. Lincoln County School District. Superintendent Teal has done a terrific job in being on the forefront of competency-based learning. She has developed this shared vision that KnowledgeWorks talked about as the guiding principle, and then has worked to backwards map everything in her system to try to align to get students closer to that vision. It's incredible, incredible work. The Churchill County School District was part of the forefront in developing their own local portrait of a leader. You can see in this graphic that's on this slide some of the systems that have evolved in order to line up with that vision. Again, it's not enough to have the vision. We have to align the systems in order to get us closer to the vision. Douglas County School District, again, on the forefront of this work. You can see standards-based grading has been in place there for a number of years. Priority standards with learning progressions. These are these competencies that the KnowledgeWorks folks talked about a little bit before. Teacher-generated authentic assessments to inform instruction versus waiting for those summatives that I was referencing a little bit ago. And then coaching on the instructional side of things, just something that's so important. And we'll close things out here with Lion. Lion has its own local portrait of a learner as well. You can see it here on this slide. Superintendent Workman sent me this incredible picture of kindergarten students who, in a project-based environment, they wrote, kindergarten kids, right? They wrote their narrative, and then they read their narrative and shared it to an audience of their peers as well as parents. Lion focuses heavily on CTE and work-based learning at the secondary level in order to provide students with multiple pathways. This is a slide that you have included, and I just want to highlight that, we hear a lot in the public narrative of education that schools are failing and those types of things. I have a very different view of that as a lifelong public educator and a Nevada born and bred kid. These things are going on in schools across the state. We have so many educators and families and kids that are working hard. It may just not be represented in the way that we currently measure that. And that's what needs to change. We need to change the system to allow for an asset-based approach so that some of these things that students and educators are doing can be celebrated and highlighted. And we can understand that learning is measured in so many different ways than what is seen in the headlines of the newspapers. These are some quick photos from websites across the state. I would challenge you to find one of these that is not a high level of learning, even if it's not measured in the NSPF or on a standardized test. These are the things that get kids to come to school so that they're not chronically absent. We all know that. And here's a few more. Whoops, sorry, there. This is included in your slides, but it comes from NAS and our recommendations to go from in accountability to in accountability. Because again, when those things line up, when the vision lines up with the metrics, then we have alignment and we can focus our resources in a way that moves the needle and where we're not having competing priorities. These are the same recommendations that I gave you for chronic absenteeism. Again, we appreciate you so much in your service on this committee. We invite you to come into our schools, to contact any of us at any time to have more discussion on some of these issues that we're bringing up here. So with that, thank you very much for your time, and I'll await your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I know we do have a couple of questions, but I want to look to my right and left and ask a few. All right, we'll start with Senator Dondero-Loop.
Thank you, Superintendent Young. And one of the questions I have is just, it was just interesting to me when we looked at the current core top skills. I found it fascinating that the ones that are highlighted red that were working with others was not further up on the list, I guess. Not that I disagreed with the 7 before it, but highlighting what you just said about the portrait of a learner, highlighting that students are working together to create some of the curriculum. Teachers are working together to create curriculum, whatever it may be. Frankly, the job that we are all doing right now requires a lot of compromise. And so I was really fascinated by the fact that working with others was started at number 8, and that was empathy and active listening. So I don't know that there's a question in there, but that surprised me.
Okay, we will go to Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Bilbray Axelrod. I guess it's a question for anyone who wants to answer. I'm always interested in how students and our product or our Nevada education system in K-12, when students graduate, how they compare to other states. Are they competitive with entrances into college? Are they competitive with being proficient? Proficient as in can count change, can do math, can write, and do all those things that they're going to have to do in higher education or in the workforce. Remedial courses are not needed. Like, are we proficient? And so how do we adequately assess that, I guess, is one of the questions. Is this in addition to an SBAC type format that really does do comparative data across the entire United States as far as are students proficient or not proficient. So do you see this as an addition to the required state assessments that I believe are ESSA required and federal, more of a federal requirement of states? Or do you see this as a replacement is one thing. And then secondly, how have you involved the business community? Because inevitably, the business community in Nevada or across the nation are going to be employing these students. And they need students that can count change, can write, can do math, can do all of these things that, unfortunately, some of our students cannot do going into college or going into the workforce. And that's what I'm hearing from the business community who are eventually going to employ these students. So if you could address those two things.
Thank you.
I can't see who's. Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
I couldn't see who was
Superintendent
at
Young, this is Anne Marie. If you want to go ahead and start as far as community engagement, then I'm happy to jump in.
Sounds good, Deputy Superintendent. I will. Adam Young, for the record, thank you, Senator Buck, for that question. And Senator Dondero Loop, just to go back to your comment, I have to share that my district's version of its portrait is based on leadership. It's a student-facing leadership model. And one of our pillars, we have 5 pillars. One of them is leadership with others. Like that's one of the things that my community here in White Pine values is that, number one, I can lead myself as a graduate, but number 2, I can lead with other people, which comprises empathy and compromise and seeking to win on all accounts as opposed to win-lose, that type of a thing. So I think everybody has a little bit of a different nuance on what those look like, but the recognition that that is important is certainly there. And Senator Buck, I can respond to involving the community. Part of, and this is the beauty of living in a rural community in a small district, is that the process of consensus building is probably far less complicated than it is in a much larger system. I'm able to visit and make presentations with my Rotary Club and my Lions Club and the city councils, the county commission, the power board, all of these groups to kind of talk about what the input that they have is and how to better align our system collaboratively so that we generate the types of students who are able to do the things that we want them to do collectively. And before I toss it to Deputy Superintendent Dixon, I would, to answer your other question about testing, and she'll probably talk about this, but the superintendents have been working with the Department of Education to potentially apply for an innovative waiver under the IADA program with ESSA. This is a relatively new development. It wouldn't dramatically change what we're currently doing with high stakes testing, but it could potentially lay the groundwork for more substantive changes in the future. And Senator Buck, I know that you've spent so many years as an educational leader as well. My own personal perspective is that there could be a couple of ways, depending on ESSA law, that comparability could be addressed. One is that, do we really have to test every single kid? When we use the PISA and we use the NAEP and some of these are all like representative samples. If we're looking at program evaluation and state performance, my personal opinion is that those assessments satisfy the bill. Now, they might not meet the ESSA requirements, but in life, according to me, if the idea is program evaluation or comparability, then we have things that we can do that with. A better model for assessing every student's progress, which I think is also critical, is to allow choice in student assessment. So if the goal is mastery of the English contents, there are many different ways, to the KnowledgeWorks presentation's point, that a student can demonstrate mastery. It might look different from kid to kid to kid. I would like to gather data from each and every student in a holistic and meaningful way that shows where they're at on their mastery continuum. But it doesn't have to be a standardized test in life, according to me. That's the purpose of those assessments, is to show learning and to show where further learning needs to go, versus these other assessments, like you mentioned, for accountability and for comparability, I should say. So, but again, that's just life according to me.
Thank you, Superintendent Young. For the record, Anne Marie Dixon, Deputy Superintendent, Nevada Department of Education. So we do very much value the partnership that we've had with NAS, and as we are looking through assessments, as Superintendent Young said, Senator Buck, you're absolutely correct. We do have ESSA requirements that we do need to follow. We do need to make sure that we are assessing students in reading, math, and science. However, we are having lots of conversations nationally about that. Superintendent Ebert has engaged in many conversations across the country with other state leaders as well as federal leaders. So those are things that we are listening to our communities. We are sharing the work that we're doing here in Nevada, and we're advocating to make sure that we have something more aligned to the needs of our districts, our students, and our communities. I want to also address, when we were talking about the NSPF, that is something that we're looking at as well. We are hearing a lot about assessment, but with that we are talking about accountability. The last time that we came together and worked on that collaboratively across the state was 2015. I was in Washoe County School District. I had the opportunity to work on that with other colleagues in Washoe County. It went out in 2017, and we've had a lot of changes in the world. So we are looking at, Superintendent Ebert is looking at putting in some budget requests for going through and talking again and having a collaborative conversation about how we can change those, still meeting the ESSA requirements as we must, but how can we add additional things so we are valuing what we as Nevadans want in that system. So that is work that we are collaborating on with NAS as well. And I believe I answered your questions, but if there's anything that I left off, please let me know.
And I just think a quick comment, just for this body to be really reflective on, is when students are entering the workforce or entering higher education, remedial coursework, the rates on that, we need to look at that system first and do top down and work kind of backwards when it comes to that, and make sure that our students are prepared for the things that they'll be embarking on. Because when the rubber meets the road, that's truly sets students up for success or not. And just to be very thoughtful about that before we throw the whole baby out with the bathwater.
Thank you. And before we go to Carson City, are there any other questions here in Las Vegas? Okay, not seeing any. I will turn it over to Assemblywoman Hanson and then Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. My assistant, Assemblywoman Anderson, didn't text fast enough. She's been so kind to text you when I have a question. Actually, for the most part, I think my questions have been answered. Some of it will launch into the next round. I do want to say I am encouraged, and this is one of the reasons I'm a big fan of associations with NAS in particular today. This helps us not be in silos. I think having the input of these superintendents, these districts, talking to one another, I think that is key to us finding a way to address some of the goals you've laid out. I have to say, as an employer, I was extremely struck by the current core top skills from the World Economic Forum that I think surprised a lot of us. I don't think it surprised me too much as an employer that analytical thinking, creative thinking, resilience, flexibility, and agility were in the top 3. So we do have a lot to think about and to analyze as we go forward. And I think we need to balance, of course, social emotional learning and competency-based education, but not at the extent of losing some basic core standards that we need to achieve for our kids to be competitive in the workforce. And that remedial portion that Senator Buck mentioned has been kind of a squeaky wheel of mine, and I agree we tackle that, and I think that will kind of help with some other issues as kids can get more competent in their reading, their mathematics, the more basic things that you need in order to be a well-functioning adult. So thank you for all the time, all of the analyzing that you've done, and I really look forward to how you'll work together as an association, as different school districts to kind of address a lot of issues that I know are really important to all of us. Thanks so much.
I don't think there was a question there, so we will just go to Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation from both of you. I think it was really great information, and I especially, well, first of all, if we could go back to that picture of those kids, because holy cow, is that not emotional blackmail, but oh my gosh, how flippin' cute were they? And then also the comment about the students and the messy work of learning. Gosh, isn't it though? But I do have two very specific questions. My first one actually is from the first presentation, and I believe it is with Mr. Booker. When you spoke about the testing area, or when you spoke about the importance of it, I totally agree with you when it comes to the project-based learning and getting the kids excited about that. In particular, though, is there a need for the standardized assessment, or is that more of an individual discussion with how you're seeing the possibly competency-based learning?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? My apologies.
I completely understand, because it didn't even make sense to me. So, do you believe that the competency-based learning should have an assessment that is created by the teacher, or should it be a standard test that is utilized to show the competency?
Dylan Booker for the record. I would say that it should be a conversation amongst the team, the school team in particular, just so everyone's on one accord, and also have that implicit understanding that the standards can be met through that level of assessment, and through competency-based assessment. I think it very much is a team-based conversation where that needs to occur. And individuals can thereby, based upon their student populations, they can differentiate that as they see fit. But it should be a team-based conversation. And then based upon the students, as Superintendent Young denoted, based upon those individual students, you differentiate how that assessment, how you go about that assessment in your particular classroom based upon those particular students.
Thank you
so much. Does that
so
answer your question? I'm sorry.
That completely answered my question. That was perfect, because I really appreciated the school team decision-making process, because that actually brings up a question now for NDE specifically. I had an opportunity to speak with some principals from Washington County last week, and they brought up for our third graders, let me see actually if I can find my notes, that there's a total of 19 tests that they're taking, SBAC, MAPS, 3 others that I did not write down. Basically, there are 9 times that they have to take these 3 tests. Based upon the information of the whole idea of a school team, is there a way then for us to maybe utilize or cut down the number of testing that this 3rd grade class, or possibly a 10th grade class or a 12th grade class, is able to do? Because as we know from our past discussion in that great editorial that was brought up, there's some serious test anxiety that's taking place. So do you believe this is a process then for us to be able to cut down the number of tests that a student would be forced / invited to take?
For the record, Deputy Superintendent Anne Marie Dixon, NDE. So for the 3rd graders, as a former principal and elementary educator, I do understand the number of tests that our 3rd graders do take. There are some of our assessments that are federally mandated, as in, our end of the year assessment that we currently use Smarter Balanced for. We also have the mandates through, or the requirements through Read by Grade 3. that we need to make sure that are in place that are part of our NAC. And then we have districts that elect to do additional assessments. So we do, I think it's through SB 353, there was information collected on assessment. I don't have that in front of me. I would be happy to bring back additional information, but I think that that is what we are doing in collaboration currently with our colleagues at NAS, is looking at what makes sense for students. We're also looking at things and exploring what are the requirements, what do they say, are there opportunities through the innovative assessment through the federal government that we're able to look into. So all of those things, I believe they're great opportunities, and we are exploring, and we look forward to, as we have additional information, bringing it back to this committee so we can share what those changes will be moving forward.
Thank you so much for that. And then I didn't know, Superintendent Young, if you wanted to add in any other information as well about your experience as a superintendent as well as teacher, and how that impacts your other world of music teacher, and how that testing also makes an impact on your ability to teach that same day as well.
Thank you so much for that question. Yeah, well, again, you know, I have a lot of opinions that are mine alone, so I want to put that disclaimer out there. In my perfect world, we would absolutely cut down dramatically on the number of tests and the grades that they're given at, and there would be much more opportunity for choice. I'm not anti-assessment. In fact, one of the things that I love about being a choir teacher is that I have the opportunity to assess my students 100% of every instructional minute that I'm with them. It's a constant feedback and assessment model. But it's performance-based. And imagine if I tried to test a student's music knowledge by sitting down and giving them a multiple choice test or even a computer adaptive test. I assess them in a way that is meaningful to them and that guides them as individuals and as a group toward our collective goals. That's what assessment needs to look like to me. So again, in my perfect world, a student could take the Smarter Balanced if the student wanted to. We do have students who thrive in that type of assessment model, but a student might not want to. And in the perfect world, that student would not be forced to do that. The student would need to demonstrate learning and show where they are at on that scale of, towards mastery, but it could be in a variety of different ways. In my perfect world, that's a model of assessment that meets the needs of the learners and of families, and that invites agency and invites engagement in the process that is co-created, back to that slide, Assemblywoman Anderson, that you mentioned, and doesn't subject students to an experience that is just so artificial and so honestly useless for many, many students, not for all of them, but for many of them. So that's what it would look like in my perfect world.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anybody? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for the presentations, and that was very, very interesting, and I appreciate you, Mr. Booker. Your voice just lifted us all up before lunch, so thank you. If you want to say goodbye, just so we...
Goodbye, you all. You're much appreciated.
Okay, with that, I think we are going to take a half an hour for lunch. So it is what we'll say it's 15 after, so we will be back at 12:45, a slight recess. See you soon.
Do I gavel?
We are back. Okay, so next we are going to go to agenda item 6, analysis of groups of pupils who may require additional resources to receive a reasonably equal education opportunity pursuant to Senate Bill 72. So next we'll hear the presentations concerning that. We have several stakeholders who will be presenting on this item. First, we have Maria Sauter and Christy Hines-Coates with NDE in Carson City. Are you guys there?
Yes, we
Yes,
are.
you are. Great. Go ahead when you are ready.
All right, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Christy Hines-Coates. I'm the Assistant Director for the Office of Inclusive Education at the Department of Education. And presenting with me is Maria Sauter from the Office of Student and School Supports at the Department of Education as well. We're excited to be here today to share information to you about our specific groups of students who require additional resources and to receive reasonably equal educational opportunities. So today, our objective is to promote and provide information to help the committee to understand the educational landscape of the specific groups that are requiring additional resources to guarantee a level playing field for education and access to educational opportunities for these groups of students. Today, we'll highlight NDE's commitment to ensure that every student in Nevada has access to what they need to ensure their success. The groups we'll be talking about today are students with disabilities, migrant students, English language learners, Title I, students who are in Title I schools, students who are eligible for free and reduced price lunch, as well as students that are considered at risk. We will begin today's presentation by discussing students with disabilities who are on individualized education programs, or IEPs. As of this year, our count for Nevada was over 65,000 students with disabilities. So it impacts quite a few students. The needs for this large population of students really encompasses various areas depending on the severity and level of the disability that we're talking about. This can be from accessible facilities for a student who may have a physical disability, all the way to sensory disabilities that necessitate more of a multisensory teaching approach, as well as those students who may require Braille materials and those students who require assistive technology as well. So our commitment to those students ensures that there's also an understanding that our students do better when they're together. And so we promote an inclusive situation where our students have access to the general education curriculum and those opportunities as well, and create disability awareness across the schools in Nevada. So I'd like to start, and I'm not doing the slides. Here we go. You didn't nudge me.
Do we do that?
And I pride myself on being able to multitask. All right, so here we are. So we're going to start with some strategies with a secondary and post-secondary transition focus. So more of our high school level 14 and plus year old kiddos with disabilities. So the initiatives that NDE is implementing for these students currently, age 14 plus, are listed there for you, and I will give you a little explanation of each. The ARP ESSER 3 CTE Paraprofessional Project is a project that ensures learners with diverse needs receive necessary educational supports and accommodations for CTE curriculum. So it provides an opportunity for our students with disabilities to be able to access more of the CTE programs. We know that research shows that children who participate in the CTE programs have a higher rate of graduation, and this program really helps support those students who are interested in that. In the first year of implementation, there were 15 paraprofessionals hired, and they were distributed amongst 12 schools to assist 21 CTE programs. Currently, this year, we have 21 paraprofessionals across 12 schools supporting 42 CTE programs. So we've seen a great increase in the number of paraprofessionals that have been brought to the program. Those are located in Churchill County School District, Clark County School District, Elko, Lyon, and SPCSA. So it's a broad range, but we'd like to see it across more for sure. Next, I want to talk about the Nevada Student Leadership Transition Summit. And this takes place one time per year and is designed to empower students who have disabilities, enhancing their self-determination and leadership skills. It's really to help support them in having a voice in the process of developing their IEP. So it's not done for them. They have that skill to be able to tell people what they need and how to do it. So that currently, the goal is to foster and support a community of youth leaders who can do that work. There are currently 17 teams that include 110 to 115 students right now across the state. And those are student leaders who participate in the summit and go on to do amazing things when they leave high school based on their experience with this initiative. And then our next is the Nevada Transition Roadmap through Innovative Partnership, Nevada Trip. And so we're very, very excited that this year we received $10 million from this Nevada Trip it's a five-year grant, and it's intended to help provide transition services for youth with disabilities age 10 to 24. So it's the big part of Nevada Trip is really partnering with providers and different stakeholders and different partners to be able to provide access to our students. The main goals of the initiative are to improve information system for transition services, getting that information out to them in a way that they can access it. Enhancing professional learning for professionals who are providing those services, so ensuring they have those skills. Boosting availability of resources for students to prepare for integrated employment. And so we're Jen Kane in our office and Ashley Price in our office are doing amazing work right now getting this grant off and running. We're just in the beginning stages, but this is a very, very exciting opportunity for our kiddos in our state, older kiddos in our state. Last but not least, I have Virtual Job Shadow or Pathful Explorer, and this platform is supported by our Nevada Vocational Rehabilitation Program, but it provides an online career exploration opportunity for students with disabilities. It enables them to get a look at a job and what's required of them in that job rather than just looking at something that's written. They actually can get on and see what's expected. And so it's a really nice opportunity for those students. So that is, those are the strategies and for those kiddos. Next, I would like to talk about the strategies that are aimed to improve academic results for our younger populations of students with disabilities. And so the State Personnel Development Grant, which we call the SPDIG, is a federal grant that's awarded to state educational agencies. This award is given to help reform and improve state systems for personnel preparation and professional learning for those teachers and individuals who are providing resources and teaching our students with disabilities. So the SPDIG funds the following initiatives. Assess, Plan, Teach. This is an intervention program that was initially launched in Clark County School District in 2015. Its primary goal is to increase proficiency of Nevada's third grade students with disabilities in statewide reading assessments and promote more inclusive settings. APT also provides professional learning opportunities for educators to improve their literacy teaching skills and ensure intervention is effectively implemented in schools. I want to brag a little bit. Our third graders, they're almost back up to pre-pandemic achievement scores in reading. And a lot of this is definitely due to the work that our teachers have been doing and to Assess, Plan, Teach and the good work that's out there. The next initiative that's supported by SPDIG is Project Achieve. And Project Achieve is currently being implemented in Carson City and Lyon County school districts. The objective of Project Achieve includes increasing proficiency rates for students with our most significant disabilities, and increase inclusion by ensuring that they have access to general education classrooms, and improving the instructional competencies of the educators who teach this population of students. If we had more time, I would be able to open a link and share with you a little video that they put together to highlight what the teachers are doing and highlight what the students are doing, but that's for another time. All right, and then last is our long-term strategies that we at NDE are looking to advocate for the continuation of, because we know that they are improving outcomes for our students. We advocate for the continuation of ARP ESSER 3 CTE Paraprofessional Project, the Nevada Student Leadership Transition Summit, as well as the continuation and expansion of Project Achieve to support academic outcomes and inclusionary opportunities for students with significant cognitive disabilities, and Assess Plan Teach to increase reading proficiency with students with disabilities in 3rd grade. I think I probably went over my time. I could talk all day, but I'm going to go ahead and pass this over to Maria, and I'll do your slides if you'd like.
Thank you very much, Christy. Maria Sauter, Director of Office of Student and School Supports at the Nevada Department of Education. I don't know why. Maybe I want to switch. I'm going to start. I don't. I do want to start with our English learners and migratory students. These students are often clumped together, but they are very separate with separate needs. Starting with the school year numbers, our English learners were just over 67,000, and immigrant students, which are a part of that, is 6,461 this current year. Our main focus over the last 2 years, as you will see in the following slides, is bullet number 1, that our English language students have access to high-quality academic English language instruction in the content classroom. So not being in pull-out programs, but in the classroom with the core standards. Also, we would like a focus is more EL students participating in our career and technical education courses, honors courses, advanced placement, and dual credit courses. We do not want the English, their lack of English language mastery to be a reason not to push their academic focus and their career choices as they move through school. Right now, based on CTE data from 2022-2023, only 1 in 10 English learners participate in the CTE coursework. Next slide shows work that we began in collaboration with WestEd in 2019 to improve student access to research-based academic English language development, professional learning. And that is designed to prepare content teachers to meet the diverse needs of the English learners in their classroom. The department is committed to the social and academic success of its multilingual learners. This vision includes goals to create and implement high-quality professional learning for simultaneous content and language instruction, partner with districts and school leaders to promote an assets-based learning environment, and build the capacity for continuous improvement of systems and instruction for our language learners. Some of the policies and strategies. NDE's current strategies align with the identified needs and further support educators and students in meeting their goals. I want to highlight the first policy bullet, which is AB 219, the corrective action plans. The lowest 30% of public schools in the academic achievement, both in math and ELA, for current English learners are identified as needing a corrective action plan. And so they work with our English language team at the department, and they create a plan that it must include root causes. It must include achievement goals and plans to address the root causes, including action steps and professional learning that specifically targets those content areas. Currently, we have approximately 150 schools on those corrective action plans. Strategy bullet number, the last strategy bullet, the redesign, I believe that yours is not accurate, and I want to make sure that you understand that last bullet of the design of pre-K English learners, our language development standards. Not quite accurate, and I want to make sure that we clarify that. It's actually redesigning the Nevada English language support documents so that they align with the new language assessment tasks that will go live in schools in the 2025-26 school year. And it does include the K level, but not pre-K. So I wanted to make sure that that was understood. All right, long-term funding strategies for this work. Title 3A, we get approximately $8 million annually. The pupil-centered funding plan, EL weights, the state investment is significantly more than our federal programs, and we are very appreciated. It allows for our districts to more directly focus on our English learners. And then the last one is our American Rescue Plan, or ARP, Statewide Activity ELD Standards Framework Professional Learning Initiative. This includes development of 4 courses that are available virtually that teachers, all educators across the state really can take in order to learn best practices in instructing EL learners in the classroom. And this is offered through Truckee Meadows Community College. Moving to our migrant students, in the news, migrant and immigrant are often used interchangeably, and that causes some confusion in the education realm. They are 2 very different programs funded by 2 different federal programs. Migrant students are described in Title 1C as students whose families move to follow agricultural or fishing work, and due to the economic necessity. Immigrant students are defined by Title III as students who are not born in the U.S. and who have been in the U.S. schools for under 3 years. Title III defines English learners, then, who may or may not have been born in the U.S., but whose families have identified that there is a language other than English spoken in the home, and who demonstrate a need for additional English language development support. So I wanted to make those 3 clear when we speak on migrant then. Moving to their needs, because the migrant students and families move so frequently, they sometimes experience gaps in schooling and often are not connected with local agencies and support systems. Also, the parents sometimes move without the student at first, and then the student follows at a later time. This leads to housing instability and a greater need for social and emotional supports. Agriculture and fishing work tends to be located in our most remote areas, which can create barriers to accessing the internet and other technology needs. Some of the policies and strategies that we have are really surrounding the training and support for the recruiters. And this is important. The recruiters are classified staff who are paid by the migrant program, are called recruiters, and are the heart of every migrant education program. The recruiters connect with the previous schools when students come to their school and with the next school as families move on. They connect families and students to local resources, offering tutoring, family literacy nights, and are often the primary point of contact for families. Last spring, our migrant recruiter in Humboldt County School District, Claudia Means, took several students and their families to visit the UNR campus and the Discovery Museum in Reno. None of them had ever been on a college campus before, and they all reported having a wonderful day. We offer additional identifications. We offer annual identification and recruitment training as required by Title I-C because identifying who qualifies as a migrant student can be tricky. It includes determining who the child has lived with, who has moved for what kind of work and when the child lived with that person, the child's age, and whether or not the child is still in school. Family stories are often complicated, and determining if a student qualifies can be tricky, so this annual training is vital. The long-term funding strategies. Federal Title I-C funding is an annual amount at $72,000 for the state. We also have the Federal Migrant Consortium Incentive Grant. That is a matching fund, so we also receive $72,000 under that grant. Nevada is a member of what we call MPEC, MPEC, and it's MPEC Plus, which was awarded a new 4-year grant in 2023. It is a consortium of 8 states, including Hawaii, Nevada, New Mexico, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Utah is our lead state, and Virginia and Washington. So it is common states with common needs and common populations. All right, at this time, I'm going to move to students who qualify for our free and reduced priced lunch, known as FRL, at-risk youth, and Title I students. Many of the strategies, goals, and funding opportunities are the same across these 3 groups. The needs. Many students need access to additional scientifically researched learning materials and programs to help close the achievement gaps they have from the lack of access to certain experiences that many of their peers from affluent families have had access to while growing up. Sometimes the resources they need extend beyond the classroom, and they need supplemental nutrition and health programs for their physical development as well as academic development. Similarly, many of these students do not have the same access to counseling services, mentorship programs, and positive peer groups that their other student groups may have. Some strategies for Nevada. As Nevada is a local control state, much of the work on behalf of the at-risk students is advising on best practices and building the local capacity on items such as expanding meal programs to ensure that students have access to nutritional meals, not only during school hours, but also on weekends, holidays, and extended breaks. Develop personalized plans for students with specific academic, social, and emotional or behavioral needs to ensure tailored support and accommodations. And establish mentoring or tutoring initiatives where at-risk students can receive one-on-one supports from educators, older students, or community volunteers. Integrating SEL curricula is also another focus that we have for the program. We partnered with West Ed on a universal pre-K implementation plan, change management plan for the funding formula to ensure that services are accurately being defined within our statutes, and preschool access in the mixed delivery system. It's a cost and equity study. So those are 3 things that are contributing to our knowledge of the needs and some strategies that we can do in the future. Continuously implement programs that identify at-risk students is also important. The earlier, the better. If they are at need in elementary school and we wait until middle school, we all know the data on what that could do. If students aren't ready by 3rd grade and we haven't, and they've slipped through the cracks, we know that their chances of graduation goes much lower. So the earlier identification, the better with students that need these supports. We identify that often through screening assessments, monitoring systems, and early warning systems, and then following up with supports. The last is integrating the 4 pillars of a community school that support the conditions for teaching and learning found in high-quality schools. So our ongoing funding, of course, Title I is, Title I Part A is our largest contributor to this work. We also seek out grants from different agencies. USAID has many additional discretionary grants that are available. We look for those such as the Innovation Research Grant that allows for both research and implementation of a strategy with help from a research organization, an outside research organization as well. And we also are looking at applying for the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Program grant, which will help with those early literacy grades. The legislature also took a leap of faith in providing for the pupil-centered funding plan with the at-risk weighted formulas. And we can always do more. We collaborate with local businesses, nonprofits, to provide resources to families and grant funding to meet the specific needs of our students and communities across Nevada. So with that, we welcome any questions at this time.
Thank you. And we're going to hold off on questions and go to Adam Young from the National Association of School Superintendents. Please go ahead.
Well, good afternoon again, everybody. Adam Young for the record. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to, again, amplify some of the feedback that we can provide to this committee as it grapples with some of these messy and wicked problems as they've been described so far today. I want to thank the Department of Education team for the information that they have shared, and just highlight that as one of the many rural school districts in our state, we really depend on Maria and others at the NDE to provide us with some guidance and expertise on these populations that we're talking about today, because so many of the rural school districts just are limited with the personnel. Everybody wears a million different hats, and so drilling down to have a super deep knowledge on some of these ideas can be a little bit of a challenge. So we acknowledge and appreciate the guidance that the Department of Education provides for all of us, but especially for the rural districts. So you heard several of the categories that our NDE partners described. I'm gonna just call out some of those same ones with special education, migrants, immigrants, EL, at risk. And then we also have in the weighted funding formula, as you know, the gifted and talented weight that is included in some of those special populations. So when I kind of share with you some of the responses to the request for information that you asked for this presentation, my responses are going to be addressing some of those groups, probably most of those groups together. And the reason for that is that as NAS, as we've looked at this, again, acknowledging that each of these populations does have different needs, but as the NDE folks kind of elaborated, many of the ways to address those needs are overlapping and common. And so for the sake of brevity, that's the approach that I'm going to take today. So under the list of needs that we have is access to world-class educators. That's first and foremost, number one. Great teachers, great principals, great support staff. Those are the folks that together with our students make up great schools. We have a teacher shortage. I don't think it's a shock in our state and across the country. And the primary need that we have is to attract, retain, and then really train and coach up these world-class educators. Expansions of differentiated supports in core academic skills within an inclusionary environment. Appreciate the NDE's emphasis on that. we too believe that students are best able to access grade level content in a regular classroom environment, but supports are going to look very, very different for each student depending on what that student's needs are. And right along with that, that goes along with the previous agenda item in your meeting today, is the expansion of a more personalized learning experience for all students, with the caveat of there being high quality tier 1 instruction, intervention, acceleration, and then most of all, deep learning. It was kind of mentioned in one of the other topics today that sometimes people view intervention and acceleration as, let's just kind of check the box and work our way to the end of the content. But really, I think when we talk about personalized learning for all students, but especially for students who fall within these categories, what we're talking about is making that learning meaningful, helping them make meaning of their learning and connect it to their lives outside of high school. So that includes access to CTE, as was mentioned, music, foreign language, advanced placement, leadership opportunities, some of these college and career ready types of experiences that that students who fall within these groups, we need to focus on helping provide them with equitable opportunities to access those learning experiences that sometimes other students take for granted. That includes the permission for flexible, meaningful, and authentic and holistic methods of assessment, which we've talked about before today. If we want to honor the learning experience of students in these different groups, we have to recognize that they might demonstrate their learning in ways that are not typical, and support that and celebrate that. Transition opportunities for what comes after high school. I appreciate the NDE's discussion on the transition work that is going on within special education. This is hugely important for students who kind of traditionally and typically get left out of post-secondary planning. Wraparound services were also mentioned, whether those are academic, social services, mental health, nutrition, and especially when school is not in session. And then last, access to early and robust early childhood learning. Those are what NAS sees as some of the needs for some of the groups of students that we're talking about, for all of them actually. So talking about policies and strategies, investing in the concept of belonging, we find to be critically important to include in improving school culture. If you do go and examine some of the statewide social emotional learning data that is collected by the Department of Education, it's not hard to see that some of the groups that we're talking about experience lower degrees of belonging and kind of affiliation with their school environments. So those investments need to continue to be made as far how do we bring them to the table and include and honor the experiences of each and every student. Second, investments in school mental health supports. This was one of the premises of Invest last year for NAS. Mental health supports, educator and leader pipeline, curricular offerings that allow each student to have a more personalized learning experience. Those are all investments as long-term strategies that we feel continue to be need to be made at the state level. Again, continued expansion of early childhood education seats. That has been a focus at the state level for the last several years. We've taken advantage of that in White Pine, and I know almost every other district has as well, but there's still a need for the expansion of access to students and families at those very, very youngest learning levels. And then again, as you've heard me say multiple times today, recrafting of the accountability frameworks to honor students as individuals. This is really important to our students who are diverse. Standards, you know, they have their place. Of course, we want each and every student to master content, but we have to recognize that that is going to look different for every student. And until we recraft those accountability systems, it's probably not going to look as differently as it needs to. And last, investing in professional learning and educator preparation. Huge opportunity for growth here. Besides the recruitment and retention, obviously, once our teachers are in the door, it's a harder job, as we know, than it ever has been in the history of the field. So providing learning opportunities for our educators, just critically important. So the last part of what I'll talk about today is kind of the long-term funding concept that was asked for feedback on. So we would encourage this committee to review and update the APA study, as well as the Commission on Funding's recommendations concerning adequate, optimal, and such, not only for the base, but for the weights. We all know that Nevada made a huge investment in public education last year. This was already referenced. We thank this body for that, as well as the legislature as a whole, while also acknowledging that there's probably still work to be done. I think that that's fair to say, in order to get us to what our ideas of adequate and optimal are. The Commission on Funding is still working on this, monthly, and we understand that they're going to have some additional recommendations coming up soon. Among those, I believe that one of them will be ideas, questions, recommendations, perhaps around revisiting the property tax cap and the abatement concept that exists in our current tax code. I'm one of many who is eagerly awaiting the commission's recommendations. So I look forward to seeing what those are. But if there are recommendations on those concepts, I think that it's worth considering. In addition, I think there are questions about last session's investments in education, again, substantial and helpful, life-changing perhaps, but are those going to continue, or are we going to be subject to some economic fluctuations that could perhaps make for some really challenging discussions, maybe not in this session, but in the next session. So we would encourage this body and other committees in the legislature to consider the long-term tax code adjustments that might need to be made in order to sustain this revenue that was invested in the last session. We, as districts, and I speak for every district in the state as well as the charter authority when I say this, special education funding, the federal IDEA funding, has never been funded at a level that allows districts and states to actually meet the needs of our special education students. We recognize that it's unlikely that it will ever be fully funded, but we have to advocate with our federal legislators for an increase in IDEA funding if we ever want that program to actually do what it was intended to do when it was launched. And the last recommendation that we have, which I think has again been implicit, if not formally stated in some of my comments for earlier presentations, that we urge every individual within our state, but especially you all as this committee and our legislators, our executive branch, we have to celebrate public education and the role that it plays in our state. It's noble, it's a worthwhile endeavor. Public schools embrace and welcome each and every student who shows up on their campus, including students in each one of these groups. We know that we always are going to have work to do, but the idea of kind of that hammer that I mentioned earlier, as well as some of the just the disdain that is sometimes part of the public narrative, these things are not helpful. They're not helpful in the educator pipeline. This is one of the reasons why teachers leave the profession. It's one of the reasons why we have vacancies that we cannot fill and principalships that, nobody wants to do the job. Not because they don't care and because they don't want to try hard, but because they're just tired of not feeling supported through some of the public narrative that exists. If we could change that thing, then I believe a lot of these other things would follow. And so from NAS, we encourage you to lead out in that, and of course, to review the other things that we have talked about today as well. So again, thank you for the time. We sure appreciate the partnership and look forward to questions at the end of this session.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Next, we will move on to Dr. Bradley Morano, Director of the Center for Research, Evaluation, and Assessments at UNLV. Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Dr. Brad Mariano, for the record here. I'm an associate professor of educational policy and leadership at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and also faculty director of the Center for Research, Evaluation, and Assessment. This is a part of some work that we did with the Nevada Department of Education over the last year. This is my project team, and again, a quick slide on our research center. We have worked up and down the state on education-related issues. It was hard to boil down into a very brief presentation some of the work that we've been doing. But I want to focus on one common narrative that we have heard today in some testimony, especially in regards to when we talk about our smarter balanced assessment. We've heard this narrative before. This is proficiency rates as available in the Nevada report card for our different student demographic groups across the state. And we hear in popular media, and we bemoan kind of the low proficiency rates for some of our demographic groups. This is in math specifically. And then I'll show you real quickly ELA. Again, statewide, 41% proficient, and then some of our subgroups are lower than that and others are above. I just want to briefly highlight today that there are some weaknesses when we rely simply on proficiency rates to tell the story of our education system in Nevada. The way those smarter, and I could go on for a long time about this, I'll just be brief. The way those proficiency rates are set are based on a committee that got together to decide what college and career readiness looks like. They are not grade level proficiency cutoffs by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, often they are set above grade level. So when our students are performing below proficient, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are below grade level. They are below what the committee recommended in terms of college and career readiness. They're also less precise than our raw scale scores that we get from the Smarter Balance assessment. And the other thing with proficiency rates is they reflect a combination of new learning and what a student knew and was able to do prior to any instruction. Those are the two components when we think about proficiency. You have what they learn when they're actually in instruction, and then of course what they brought to the school with them, what they were new and able to do prior to that. There's also some very important things and benefits of proficiency rates, so we don't throw them out. But I think for this presentation, if we focus on another side here, which is growth in our SBAC scores over time. And so what I did with my team is we estimated a series of cross-classified linear growth models, a little more sophisticated than just taking a student's scale score from this year and subtracting it from their scale score from last year on the SBAC. And what we actually find here are that several of our student subgroups are making marked growth on the SBAC year over year. This is 2016 to 17 to 2021-22, which is the last year that we had of data. And it also obviously reflects the COVID-19 period. So our students are making growth notwithstanding the COVID-19 pandemic. What you see there is their average growth in terms of scale units. So 13.5 points was the average growth in the math across all grades, across all schools in the state of Nevada. And then you can see that some of our student subgroups made higher growth than that. For example, our Asian student population, 22.5 points. To put those point changes in perspective, if you were a student that was scoring at the developing level, level 2, and you're right in the middle of that band that we use to decide developing, to get to proficient, you would need to score 28 points year over year. And so across the state, they're making about half of that growth towards the proficient band. And then, of course, some of our subgroups are lower. What was remarkable here in ELA, pretty similar scores across all of our student subgroups. So all student subgroups are making growth, and they were all fairly similar. And so what we did as a team is we kind of scoured the research literature to talk about how do we better support our student subgroups, in particular our racial student subgroups. And what we discovered and what we found, these are some of the most promising research-based efforts in recent years to support our student subgroups. The first one, we recommend focusing on non-teacher staffing. So the teacher labor market is really tight right now. And UNLV College of Education has done some nice work in terms of preparing programs that takes paraprofessionals and other non-teaching positions to move them towards that teacher credential. There's some really good evidence and research lately, especially with teaching assistants, that they can have a substantial impact on student achievement, particularly for our students of color. And so we recommend creating pathways from these non-teaching positions, teaching assistant positions, to full-time certified positions. We've done substantial work and have presented to the Legislative Committee before on the Pupil-Centered Funding Plan. We were just in Baltimore at a big research conference last week presenting some of those initial results when we looked at the first year impacts of the Pupil-Centered Funding Plan, and particularly the positive impacts for our students. And so, as has already been mentioned, we continue to recommend to monitor the implementation of the new funding formula and to ensure that the weights are established appropriately to meet student needs. I know in recent years, after that first year of implementation, substantial changes have been made to those weights, particularly for at-risk students, and we view that as a positive development. High-dose tutoring is in the research literature a lot lately as a mechanism for helping our students manage some of the missed learning opportunities during COVID-19. It has showed positive results for our students of color. Some of the best practices are if the student tutoring is done by a paraprofessional or certified teacher, if it's held during the school day versus after the school day, and it's done at least 3 times a week. So if we are looking at high-dose tutoring as a mechanism to raise student performance, those are some of the best practices. And then 2 other reforms potentially. I'm less optimistic about these right now as the research literature is still growing, but I do think there are some opportunities right now to study this within the state of Nevada to see how it is helping our students. So, for example, we could study the dual language immersion pilot programs in Clark and Washoe. The research literature has been positive so far on dual immersion as a way to help with EL student reclassification and raise the performance of our EL students, particularly in ELA. I think we should continue to study that within the state of Nevada to make sure dual language immersion works for our students. And then finally, there's been some initial positive results on co-requisite coursework. I know NCHE has done some work in this area, so we should strive to continue to understand whether this co-requisite coursework model helps with the transition for our high school students into the NCHE system. There's there's ways we can study that there, and I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and stay close because I'm sure we will have some questions for you. Next, we will have Nicole Willis-Grimes, Executive Director of Communities in Schools, and I believe she is in Carson City.
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm just working to queue up my presentation. But for the record, Nicole Willis-Grimes. I'm here on behalf of Communities in Schools of Nevada. I'm actually the Executive Director of our affiliate here in Western Nevada, which is Washoe County. So with that, and I'm really sorry, but I'm having a hard time finding my presentation. Just in interest of the committee's time, wanted to briefly, and I believe it should be in your packets, and we'll get it up here on the screen pretty soon, but just, thank you, about communities and schools of Nevada. We are part of a national evidence-based school dropout program. Here in Nevada, we've been around almost 20 years. We have 3 affiliates across the state. We have one in Clark County, one serving Washoe County School District, and then we have one in northeastern Nevada, which actually serves Humboldt and Elko counties. So we've demonstrated that we can do what we do in the urban areas, in the suburban and less urban areas, and then obviously in the rural communities as well. I'll get on this. Our program is based on a 3-tier system, so similar to actually the MTSS sort of pyramid that you all saw. We provide a Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 levels of support. Tier 1 being school-wide. Tier 2 is actually serving small groups of students. So I know some of you may have asked what that actually looks like, and it really is a smaller group of students who may not necessarily do well or thrive in the larger group setting. These go into our case-managed students in the Tier 2, and then Tier 3 is the individualized one-on-one. In the 22-23 school year, we served over 90,000 students throughout the state of Nevada in 92 Title I or Title I eligible schools. Our focus areas, and these were presented, or some of these were discussed actually in the first section of this hearing, as far as what some of the hindrances are or some of the red flags of whether or not a student is actually going to drop out later on. I know attendance, chronic absenteeism is one of those major ones. It was mentioned, as early as 6th grade, depending on the number of school days missed in a particular school year, can be an early warning sign for students who are likely to drop out later on in high school. And so that's one of the main reasons that we also serve K through 12 students. We're not just in the high schools, because we know things that happen early on in childhood have an impact, especially if those barriers continue throughout their school years, to have that impact later on in high school. So our areas of attendance, behavior, course performance, social emotional learning, otherwise known as how you get along with people, how you show up in a group setting, how you work together, how you can self-regulate, how you manage your own anger. These are tools that are really developed and honed while you're actually in school settings. About our students. In the 22-23 school year, we served, like I mentioned, over 90,000 students. That's across 57 elementary schools, 18 middle schools, and 17 high schools. The majority of the students live at or near the federal poverty line. Disproportionately, they're students of color. You can see some of our other stats. 89% qualify for free reduced lunch, and then the breakdown on Black African American students, multiracial, white, Caucasian, and also our Hispanic or Latinx populations as well. We do go into primarily Title I or Title I eligible schools, and these are also where we have these pockets of students and their families who live in communities where either they're resource deserts, if you will, or the accessibility to some of these resources to help them are very difficult to access. One of the things I did want to highlight, we talk about the living conditions and the environments and neighborhoods that our students live in. There's another piece to the puzzle, and it's the impact of poverty on brain development. Back in 2015, with the National Institute of Health and a lot of other research agencies across the country, both private and within the federal government, created the ABCD study. It is one of the largest long-term studies of brain development and child health in the country. They, through brain scans of participating children, they actually were starting to recognize that the gray matter that's developed in early childhood, especially among children living in poverty, grew at a slower rate or was less developed. So you're actually seeing impact on brain development and the impact that the surrounding communities and not the surrounding communities, but the conditions under which our children are living actually impact their ability to learn and retain information. Not to mention the emotional stresses that go on in the classroom and everything else. As mentioned here in the slide, poverty is tied to structural differences in several areas of the brain associated with school readiness. And then the Annie E. Casey Foundation had done a study to determine that child poverty in the United States more than doubled in 2022. When we're talking about equality of education, we can have stellar education, we can have all the tools and resources available, but until you provide the resources and tools and supports that I know a lot of other folks had spoken about previously, to create a more equitable approach to education. The quality of education should be equal across the board, but how we support our students, lift them up, work in partnership with our school districts, with the state, with legislators, with our community partners, is really where we get to the crux of the issue and the challenges that our students and their families are facing on a regular basis. I just briefly hint on this slide just because I know others have really talked about it in a much more in-depth level, but looking to equitable education and students' ability to really access what's available for them, it depends on what's going on in the family, in their neighborhoods, outside of the school building, whether it's trauma, lack of basic needs, learning loss, and access to timely and appropriate medical and mental health. And then areas of the school, at the school, that are affected by these barriers. Again, we go back to because we're in education, communities and schools likes to have our ABCs, which are attendance, behavior, course performance, and SEL. Going through some of our tools, I know some of you are familiar with our program, but I don't want to under or overestimate your knowledge. But the way we work, it really comes down to relationships. That's the crux of our program. We've talked about here in this hearing students' ability to get along with others, their relationship with education, their relationship with the school building, with teachers, support staff. And at the very least for CIS, what we can provide is a well-trained, culturally competent, and caring adult on the school campuses where we work. We have a fantastic partnership with our school principals and school districts in which we operate. It's a team effort. And so our site coordinators work hand in hand with our principals, with support staff like school social workers, school counselors, even the teachers, to identify what those challenges are based on those ABC areas, and provide some programming that affect or can help provide support across the board to all students at that particular school, and then a much more individualized basis on our Tier 2 group setting or Tier 3, the one-on-one encounters. Again, trusted relationships, that's the crux of it. It's really trying to be in a listening mode, both to our students and our families, of what the needs are, and not being prescriptive. Our integrated student support model, or ISS, is a fancy way of saying wraparound services. Again, co-located resource center rooms that are on school campuses, so students have a place that they can go. A lot of times we'll work with teachers that if they have a student, for whatever reason, might be having issues getting along with kids in the classroom, paying attention, we can pull them, disengage, talk through what the issues are, see what we can do to help provide support in the moment, make note of what we can do later on, and then reintegrate them back into the classroom. The resource rooms and it really is on an individualized based need for the school of what's been identified as the needs, but we do have available in our resource rooms a co-located food pantry, clothing including uniforms, school supplies, and hygiene products. And that's available to not just the students, but their families and anyone who's living around that school. And then community partners. Again, we can't do it alone. We have communities in our name. And it really is part of our partnership that if we can't provide it on our own through our site coordinators, we look to our partners that we work with throughout the community to see how we can double our efforts and really connect and have a much more integrated and streamlined approach in doing a soft handoff to services that the student or family might need. And then through our site coordinator, we do follow up as well. Bill Milliken is our founder. This is my favorite quote from him. He has a book called The Last Dropout, and it really is the defining statement, I believe, of our program. It's relationships, not programs, that change children. So if there's not trust in the people who are providing the services or trying to connect with the families, you can't get very far. And so it's really trying to, again, dive in, be a good listener, really try to show that we're there to support and not be punitive, and really helping empower our families to get access to and get the resources that they need so their kids can be successful. One of the tools that we do use in our training for our site coordinators, and this was developed by the Search Institute, and again, going back to that relationship piece, is the developmental relationship framework. This is something that we utilize with our students and with our families. In some of our affiliates, we've been providing the training based upon need and desire to some of our schools of how the teachers can actually integrate some of these practices when they're interacting with students. Kids learn when they like the teacher. They want to be there because they have a relationship with the teacher, with somebody they trust on campus. And so through the developmental relationship framework, that's where we really start in creating an unbiased, shared power environment where then we can really get more information about what those needs are and then attend to those needs to the extent that we can, and if not, again, with our partners. Again, this is just going back to the ISS model, meeting the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA, and these are kind of the key areas that we look into when we're implementing our program and knowing that it is evidence-based. This is just a fancy diagram of our model. But again, when we go into a school, we work closely with the principal, with school leadership, and school support staff, knowing that it's a team approach. We don't want to go where we're not wanted. And so if there's something that the school administration, teachers, support staff say, we've got this covered, but this is where we really need to, that's where we really dive in a little deeper. So this is the model that we have, but how it's implemented at each school site really depends on the level of need, what resources are already available at the school site, and then we help fill in the gaps to the extent that we're able to. Academy is another piece of the programming that we provide. This is in the high school levels. It's to the extent that high schools already have it. Again, we don't want to duplicate efforts that are already happening, but we do have quite a few high schools throughout the state that are utilizing Academy, which is essentially like a junior or senior seminar. We do focus primarily on students who are credit deficient. It's to give them extra one-on-one and smaller group setting boosts to get them back on track so that they can graduate on time. It is led by a school faculty member and then supported by CIS. We do have curriculum that focuses on modules, whether it's the story of you, how students can really tap into what their strengths are, as opposed to I'm just a product of where I come from, but really you as a student have a lot of gifts, you have a lot of resources, and really trying to elevate that and get them to see that they have these gifts that they can use further on post-graduation as well. College career readiness is another piece. Life skills, I like to call it adulting one-on-one. Just because we get a student across the graduation stage doesn't mean that all those barriers cease to exist and everything's rainbows and roses, but rather sometimes there are more challenges. And one of the things we've been doing in addition to Academy is actually having an alumni association. So having a community of support, again, for those students that CIS has touched during their K through 12 career. And then service learning. It's really important for our kids to learn to get back regardless of their station in life, how they can be a member of their community and give back because they all have certain gifts. And it's just our work to try and highlight those and get them to believe them themselves. And then, of course, credit recovery. This is just a high-level view of all of our data from the 22-23 school year. As you can see, we've got 61% met or made progress on their attendance goals. That's probably one of the lower percentages that we have in our data, but as we all discussed earlier on in this hearing, This is a national epidemic. It's not just Nevada. It's not just your individual school district. I believe it was Superintendent Young who mentioned, we're finding kids who are able to make the grades and graduate, but they're not necessarily attending school. And it's those soft skills that were also highlighted that employers, that universities are looking for those resiliency components that make you successful later on in life, that you do learn, you get to practice, and you get to hone while you're actually in the school setting. And then we're super excited about our graduation rate, which was 95% amongst our case-managed seniors graduated. So All In for Kids, we like hashtags a lot, so this is one of ours. As far as, like I said, as far as it working in policy work moving forward, it truly takes a team approach. It takes the research. It takes the boots on the ground, the teachers in the schools. It takes the Department of Education. It's all of us. It takes our community too, including for-profit and nonprofit organizations. And there are community-based approaches, including the full-service community school model, which it's similar and not to confuse it with communities in schools, but it is a model that is being implemented across the country in several school districts where it takes a broader look on the community writ large and listening to what the community needs, the parents need, and really giving power to their voice and listening to them and actually following through with what they're asking for. And then there are components between nonprofits, community-based organizations, healthcare, mental health services, and the school, obviously, that come together to try and create a hub within the school for the community to access these services and supports. Again, all hands on deck for funding and coordinated services from state and local governments, including our school districts. Coordination of local, regional, statewide service providers. We all love what we do, but when we coordinate our efforts, it's a lot more effective and efficient in the end. Getting support from the private sector, and then continuing funding for the integrated student support program, similar to communities and schools. I did add on the abcstudy.org and MDRC, which are two of those research sites that were cited in the presentation. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for having us here, too. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Like I said, stay close because this is our last presentation, then we'll open it up to members for questions. So without further ado, we have Dr. Renee Cantu, Executive Director for Jobs for Nevada Graduates. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Give me a moment to just tee up the presentation here. Thank you. Can everybody see the presentation? Okay, good morning. My name is Renee Cantu. I am the Executive Director for Jobs for Nevada's Graduates, and let me just express, my sincere gratitude on behalf of our whole team and our students for the opportunity to be here and to present to you. I know you've had a long day, and we just appreciate you making time for this and really caring, for what so many people are doing across the state to help our young people. And so Jobs for Nevada Graduates has been in Nevada for 10 years. We have served over 20,000 students at this point in time. And we were created so that we could help with not only the unacceptably high dropout rate that our state has suffered from, but also to prepare young people for the workforce. That's been our focus, to make them college and career ready. So the approach that I took in putting together this presentation was to look at what the barriers were that our students in JAG had. And so is it okay if I move right here? It's easier to present. Y'all are good? I'm reaching over kind of like a dope. Anyway, so anyway, we identified the top 5 barriers. We talk about needs and solutions, and I really wanted to focus on why those barriers are so important. So moving forward here. So one of the issues that we've identified that is huge for this committee to address is the college and career readiness crisis that our students face. According to the Gwynn Center here, one of the biggest challenges facing Nevada's long-term economic expansion is the lack of career and college readiness for adults and K-12 students. So JAG lives in the education to workforce space. We believe that finding life-changing employment and education is the key not only to students' lives, families' lives, but also to the well-being of our state and our community. So moving forward here, have a slide about multi-generational poverty. You've heard so much today about poverty. I'm not going to go over it in detail, except to say that the longer you experience poverty in childhood, the more likely you are to remain in poverty as you reach the age of 20, 25, 30, and 35. And that these outcomes are really exacerbated if you happen to be African American or the member of another minority group, right, at-risk group. So, fighting multi-generational poverty is absolutely essential. So I went to our data folks and I asked, tell me what the top 5 barriers are. And the first one that we identified, the top barrier is economically disadvantaged students. So why is economic disadvantage so important? First of all, low SES students lack access to college and career information. If your family doesn't know about college, they're less likely to tell you about it. And, with schools and counselors, counselors being overwhelmed, it's a lot more difficult to provide college and career readiness information to young people who do not have that tradition in their home. Students who are economically disadvantaged are also much more likely to take on higher student loan debt over time, which becomes an added, kind of lead weight, weighing them down economically into their adulthood. Low SES students are will drop out from high school almost 4 times higher than their higher SES classmates. So, 11.6 versus 2.8 according to the NCES data. Family economic stress creates higher depression and stress and lowers academic outcomes. That's why, poverty is important, or an important negative factor in the lives of our kids. And low SES students have lower career self-efficacy and lower or no career aspirations. We see this when we talk to our kids every day. So the conclusion is low SES students are bound to continue the cycle of multi-generational poverty and need intensive intervention to break this vicious cycle. The second barrier that we identified was students, and we serve 8th graders through 12th grade, and we follow up for 12 to 24 months after graduation. So we're dealing with young people who are about 13 or 14 to about 19 or 20 years old. So this second barrier, when young people have inadequate or no work experience and no work readiness skills, they face employment uncertainty and limitations because they don't have the skills to get or to keep a job. And jobs are important. College is important. Training is important. But so is the ability, to find and keep employment. Most of the young people that we work with who have graduated are even, 1 in 2 attend post-secondary education, but even those are working and going to school because the economic reality today is such that, it's really hard for anyone just to go to school without having also to work somewhere. Our youth have fewer economic resources to help them in their job search. So if you don't have resources to look for work, you're less likely to access jobs that have a higher career trajectory. They also have far less information about how to find work, And students need work-related skills to learn, find, keep, and advance in the workplace. And JAG's 87 competencies focus on work readiness skills, like how to get a job, keep a job, leave a job, resumes, cover letters, interviews, communication skills, all these skills that are so essential, working with others. Everything that we talked about this morning about what employers are looking for are the types of skills that JAG teaches every day. So they need economic and informational resources, mentoring, and support to be successful in job search and career attainment. So one of the things I would say is if young people cannot see it, they cannot be it. So young people, you ask young people, high school kids, what is your top career choice? You will hear athlete, influencer, cosmetology and barber. They do a great job. They're in the top 5 all the time. You don't hear IT technician so much. You do hear some medical, you do hear, some education, but there are so many career pathways. There are so many industries that need people. We need to do a better job providing the career literacy that they need so that we can connect talented child or talented young person with the job that is out there that will provide them a good salary, for their life and upward trajectory. So that's inadequate or no work experience, why it's important. Barrier number 3, they lack marketable occupational skills in demand in the local labor market. So the kinds of skills that employers are looking for, we've gone through before, and they're the kinds of things that are in the JAG curriculum. So things like being coachable and teachable, being resilient, collaborative, a good communicator, empathetic, creative, problem solving, and so on. We've heard about this before, but these are the sorts of skills that young people need in addition to reading, writing, and arithmetic, and history, and everything else that they learn. Barrier number 4, a lot of our young people lack the motivation or the maturity to pursue education or career goals. So, I spend a lot of time in schools, and I know, and I'm not in the trenches like our, licensed JAG specialists who are assigned to the high schools, but, students don't see the value or relevance of what is taught in school or how it's taught. This is, they'll tell you, what is this for? They're demoralized by the structure and the allocation of rewards in schools. In a sense, there is a school hierarchy. Some students, sit higher on that hierarchy than others, and the ones who are not seen in as high regard or value, do not receive the same quality or validation that they need to stay in school. Students do not feel that the classroom and their teachers are supportive. We hear this all the time, and I know our teachers are doing the best they can. They're excellent. I know that they're overworked, and, one of the areas that I think we need to obviously look at, right, dream on can too, but it's, class size reduction. We have too many kids. When you have 40, 45 kids in front of a teacher, the teacher is using a microphone, and you have a young person who is IEP or 504 or who didn't sleep the night before, they're not going to learn much. They're going to wither in that environment. Students may suffer from physical, mental, emotional, or interpersonal problems, struggles with identity, isolation, and feelings of depression. That all touches back to the mental health concerns that we were talking about earlier. So all of these contribute to a feeling of lack of motivation. They're really, it's like, what's the point of all this? And students believe other things in their life are more important than school. So kind of a conclusive statement there is school content needs to be relevant. It needs to be practical. Students desire practical skills, things that they can use, that they see value for. Students need the support of at least one adult who they believe cares and has the time to help them and pay attention to their needs. That's important because there are many people in the building who care for young people, but the perception of young people very often is these people don't care for me. So they need at least one person that they feel is checking in on them, that they're in school, that kind of thing. And there's a great need for mental and emotional support for our young people. That's barrier 4. Barrier number 5, transportation. This came up earlier as well. So the lack of transportation contributes to stress and anxiety. Students worry about how I'm going to get there. That affects academic achievement. The lack of transportation can also contribute to financial strain. If people are having to take an Uber or Lyft here and there, or if you have to take a bus for, for 2 or 3 hours to get anywhere, that becomes a huge barrier for our young people. And these are the 5 barriers that we identified in the individual development plans that we developed for every young person in the JAG program. Students may drop out or not pursue college, and young adults miss out on employment and educational opportunities because they cannot get around. Just try to get a young person to a place like the One Stop Career Center or Employ NV. Transportation becomes a huge barrier to help them get into any sort of college or training or employment. In terms of what JAG does, we have a solution that works. It is a scalable solution. We have a 42-year track record in 40 U.S. states. We've changed the lives of over 1.6 million historically underserved students. Here in Nevada, I mentioned our 20,000 kids. We have served 20,000 kids, and every student in our program receives 130 hours of contact per student per year. So all students in JAG are case managed. So our numbers are not massive, but the kids that we helped are the ones most in need. And we are in urban, rural, and tribal communities. So our mission, as I may have mentioned before, we empower Nevada's young people with the skills, mentoring, and resources, those 3 important things, to enter life-changing employment and careers. That's what we're about, education to employment. And, this slide talks about why JAG. Too many kids fall through the cracks. These former students quickly joined the ranks of the Nevada's disconnected youth. We talked about those 42,000 young people were part of the disconnected youth initiative to try to, reach out to more young people. What we do is we place a caring adult, a licensed JAG specialist, in a kid's life who teaches a class, who provides mentoring, who provides tutoring, who provides supportive services so that they can stay in school, raise their grades, lower their absenteeism, right? Attend more, and be on track to graduate. A lot of what it takes is helping young people become self-motivated. And a lot of that is inside work. It's not outside work. It's not complying with tests and requirements and so on. It's just, when you can light a spark in a young person's life, and that's what educators like Mr. De Silva here do. And that's when you start doing life-changing work. I'm going to I know you're busy. We're in 14 Nevada counties. We serve Esmeralda, a 15th county, through Tonopah High School. And we have 53 programs across the state. Like I said, we're in tribal communities, urban, rural, and an intervention that is highly effective. So, this slide tells you a little bit about, our effectiveness. In the top left corner, our graduation rate is 97.74%. So I wish I could say 98, and I hope I can next year. But it's 97.74. Our job placement rate is more than twice the job placement rate for other 18 and 19-year-olds in Nevada. It's 67.44. So after our kids graduate, they're working at more than twice the rate of their peers. 85% of those working are working full-time. 80% of our students in follow-up experience some sort of positive outcome, work, promotion, college entry, scholarship. Something good is happening in their life. And finally, 48.63% of our students go on to some form of further education. So when we talk about further education in JAG, we don't just mean UNLV, UNR, CSN. We're talking about if they're in short or midterm training through WIOA, if they enter an apprenticeship, through the Carpenters Union or the Tesla Manufacturing Development Program, whatever it is, it's some form of education beyond high school. So about 1 in 2 of our kids pursue some form of education after high school. So to tell you a little bit about, our kids achieve stellar outcomes. 38% of them come from the bottom quartile. Their average GPA is just under 2.2 GPA. In terms of absences, the average number of absences is 18. So they are chronically absent when they come into the program. 92% are FRL. On average, it says here 8.12 barriers that we identify in our IDP. That has risen this year to over 10 barriers per student that we've identified. So this tells you a little bit about what we're doing. I think this body has, so much to do. I mean, we appreciate, being part of the safety net for young people. We are, laser focused on getting young people ready for the workforce and for life-changing employment, and hope that you will consider, not only supporting programs like us and others, but also think about, like I said, class size reduction. Our class is considered an elective class, the JAG class. One of the things I would say in closing is to consider taking classes like JAG and classifying them as a flex credit. So a flex credit is a credit that prepares young people for future workforce readiness. Most flex classes focus on college readiness, but not so much on workplace and workforce readiness. So with that, I will conclude my presentation with a photo of our kids, welding, nursing, putting out fires. We have kids working in every key industry in Nevada. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And with that, that's going to conclude our presentation. So I will open it up to questions from members. We'll go ahead and head up north to Assemblywoman Hanson and Anderson, whichever one of you would like to go first. Please go ahead.